Okay, I think we're working. Hello, Doof number one here. As I used to start every single live stream, please let me know if you guys and or girls can hear me okay. I think everything is working. I haven't done this in a long time, but yeah, I think everything looks like it should be working. So, um, yeah, if you're in the chat and if you can chat, please let me know if you can hear me okay. I think everything's going just about alright. Cool. Yeah. So let's have a look here. So in the chat we've got Axe, we've got Alan, Wojciech, I think that is, and Christoph. Welcome, guys. How's it going? And Zulu One has just dropped in as well. Hello, guys. How's it going? Wojciech, yes, I can. Excellent. Thank goodness for that. It's been a while. I can hear you fine. All okay for me. Thank you very much. Sounds great. Excellent. How you guys doing? It's been a while. Christ, what a year. Yeah, it's been quite a hectic year for me, but a few ups and downs. But how about you guys? How are you all doing today? Let's see, Alan, has the year been good to you, Joss? Have you managed to get much time in the air at all? A fair bit, yeah. I've been keeping my currency just about with flying and stuff, so yeah, I've been getting up and down, but I've had a very busy summer at work. We had a bunch of survey aircraft that we were handling all summer long, and they were taking a lot of fuel. They were flying every single day, so great for business, but quite a lot of work. Let's see, First Officer Jaden, welcome. Stephen, welcome. SKson, welcome, guys. All names I recognise and remember. How's it all going? Right, so as you've probably guessed from the title of the stream, we are going to be flying from Inverness to Innsbruck, the classic Do for Christmas special. And as you can see, we're going to be doing it in a Boeing 747. Now, can a Boeing 747 fly out of Inverness? No. Can a Boeing 747 fly into Innsbruck? No. So we're going to do that today. Should be fun. So, let's see, if I bring up my Navigraph charts, is that it? Yeah, that's the one. So, not Connect Simulator, yeah, that's fine. No, that's not what I want. That's what I want. So our routing is going to be as thus. So we're going to be starting in Inverness, flying down over the North Sea, down over Europe, and then straight into Innsbruck, like that. So it should be a flight time of about 2 hours. Total stream time will probably about 3.5 hours or so. Yeah, should be a good one. There's not really much to show you in the way of charts for Inverness. It doesn't have many charts. There's no standard instrument departures from Inverness. But here is the chart. So we're currently on the North Apron, and the flight plan tells us that we're going to be taking off runway 23. Although if the winds are not too strong, I might just go for 05 because there's not enough space to turn around the 747 up there. So yeah, this isn't gonna be a strictly formal stream. This is just a bit of a laugh, a nice relaxing time all together at the end of the year, so we can all enjoy sort of the run into the holidays together. Let's see. First Officer Jaden, well, sir, I didn't know you were wearing spectacles. Yes, big change for this year. I have two sets. These are my smart and sophisticated, and then I've got my chic geek. Which looks better, my chic geek or my working smart and sophisticated? Let me know. Let me know in the chat there. Christoph, the approach to Innsbruck is going to be challenging. Yes. And I can't wait to have a go with it. Plus, yeah, you can see already the stand is tiny. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, as I said, this is just a bit of a jokey meme flight. Yeah, this isn't going to be meant to be taken seriously. It's just, as I said, it's just a little get together for everyone at the end of the year. Just to have a laugh and have a chat together. Let's see. Christoph, flying over your place in South Germany. Nice. I'll give you a wave on the way past. Alan, for a man whose skills, this flight will be a doddle. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Stephen, welcome. How's it going? The 3-point turn the end of runway for going for non-realism. Reverse using reverse turn. So it's good. I don't know if the 7.4 can generate enough power to push itself back. I might just be able to get away with a U-turn. Yeah, if I turn to the left, I might just be able to get away with a powered turnaround. Let's see. Aaron, Inverness is a great airport. Flew there earlier this year with Highland Aviation. Ah! I may or may not have handled your aircraft in that case. Aaron McLean, the Aaron McLean. If you let me know what type of aircraft it is, I might have handled your aircraft. Let's see. First Officer Jaden, be challenging to land at Innsbruck. Yeah, but that's part of the reason why I like doing these Christmas live streams as well. Zulu one. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a bit of a meme flight. Weather in Innsbruck is unsure at the moment because I haven't checked. Thank you very much. Let's see. Right, well, I guess I should get the aircraft powered on and we'll start getting everything pre-flighted. Cold and dark at the moment. Yeah, apart from me just fumbling in CDU to try and get all the ground vehicles set up. So, I haven't flown the 7.4 in a long time, so I'm going to be quite rusty. Bear with me. Nope, that'll be that then. Standby power on auto, hydraulic demands all off. I do have a checklist though, so I'm just going to be referring to this as we go. Let's see. Windshield wiper selectors both off. Oops. Alternate flaps is off. Landing gear lever is down. Flaps are up. Flaps lever is up. Let's see. Establish electrical power. So bus tie switches all on auto. External power I will need to connect probably. Not that one. Connections. Sure. Let's go for that. NBFSS, can you send your 747 checklist? Unfortunately not. So the checklists do come with the aircraft. So if you go into your FSX or P3D install, go to the PMDG folder, 747, and let's see, what would it be in there? It'll be something like flight manuals, FCOM, and then you're looking for the normal procedures. That's kind of the step-by-step guide for how to fly this aircraft. First Officer Jane, do you think FS Labs A320 will stutter in your device? Just asking. I wouldn't expect to, so I'm quite fortunate to have quite a powerful computer, so I wouldn't expect it to. Right, so get the start getting the IRSs aligned. Check our status page. So let's see, oxygen pressure is good, hydraulic quantity rather is good, pressure's off as expected, and go to the engine page. That will give us oil quantity is good across the board as well. Alpha to Zulu, no way, FSX, not FSX, P3D, prepared version 4. Let's see, Aaron flew GETPT in July. Did your flight lessons? Ah, fantastic. Well, I do apologise, Aaron, I can't remember if I was on duty that day, but thank you very much for coming along to the Highland Aviation. I hope you enjoyed the flight, and I hope it was everything you expected, and you got everything that you wanted to out of the experience. Let's see. MBFSS created special one for yourself, no problem. Get it yourself. Yeah, I mean it's based off of the normal procedures in the FCOM. So yeah. Can you put your volume of your aircraft down? No worries, I can do that. Bring that back. How's that? Is that any better? Hopefully that's a little better. Oops, sorry, I keep clicking off my my main game window here. So. Right, okay, sorry, last time. There we go. Right, okay, good. Okay. So, yeah, that's preliminary pre-flight done. So now we're just going to be waiting for the IRSs to align, I believe. Time to align, left, center, right, 0 minutes. Oh, do I still have this on the instant align? Darn it, I should have changed that. Let's see. Aaron, hi, English is great. Plan to get your PPL there. Fantastic. When you're ready to come along, just give us a call and we'll get you booked in with one of our instructors. They can tell you everything about the PPL and what to expect and what to do there. Excellent. MBSS, far better. Excellent. It would be better if you disable the mute and lost focus. I forgot that's the thing, isn't it? No worries. I don't want to do that just now because I know that P3D can be a bit unstable, but I shouldn't be clicking off the stream too much from now on. Maybe once we're getting a bit closer to Innsbruck, I'll start clicking off. Anyway, right, let's start getting the CDU data. So I'm planning for 11:45 Zulu takeoff. What I will also do is, oh, actually, I need to. Yeah, set on my fuel and payload and stuff. So, block fuel for the flight was going to be 8,267. Not much fuel at all, apparently. Let's see. Payload. So we're going to have what, 357 passengers is what this gave me. So we'll do 300 in economy, 50 in business, 7 in first. Cargo, according to my flight plan, wasn't much at all. 38.7, 60. Let's see if we go. Oh no, I got that wrong. Okay. I wanted. Let's see. I'm just making an absolute mess of this at the moment. Right. 20,000 in there. No, I did want 60,000. Put that in there. There we go. That's a bit more like it. I'll get rid of all the ground vehicles later on. Anyway, let's have a look. First Officer Jaden, old school FMC. Yes, it is. Wojtek, you can put the estimated zero fuel weight directly there. Yeah, I could have done, couldn't I? That'll be fine. That'll be fine. 7478, always be your favourite aircraft. Do not know why, but don't have much sympathy for 744 because it's more modern. Potentially, yeah. My interest in the 744 is a bit skewed because one of our examiners at Highland Aviation, where I work, the flying school where I work, is a former 747 captain and flies 747 cargo variants all over the world. And his preference is the 400s. Says that the sort of the flight control systems on the 7.8 don't feel quite as direct as this older 7.4. So yeah. Anyway, right. Let's start getting things set up. So let's see. Token menu, FMC into RS position. I will do. So we're flying 747-400 Rolls-Royce engines on this one. I've updated my nav data. Get rid of that message there. Position in it. So UTC 11:15. Yeah. So we're mimicking real time in the sim here. Just about. I think I'm a minute behind because the sim takes forever to load. Currently at Inverness. Set the GPS in there. And we'll go navigation. So to Lowry, which is Innsbruck. Flight number Doof Air 911. It's my Christmas special. We're going to activate, execute that. Then we're going to go to the departures page. And if I bring up, let's see, take a listen to Active Sky, see what the weather's doing here at Inverness. It should be get one of them.
Echo Golf Papa Echo Airport information Golf 1050 Zulu weather wind 231 at 6 visibility 10,000 sky condition few clouds at 300 sailing 2300 broken temperature 3 dew point 2 QNH 1038 advise on initial contact you have information Golf.
Alright. 231 at 6
Echo Golf.
Do you know what? Can we get away with 6 knot tailwinds, do you think? Let me know what you think. Should we have a go at a 6 knot tailwind and go from 0.5? Just because it's easier to taxi to 0.5. I'm thinking of going for it. We should be quite light. I'm going to use full performance takeoff. Flaps 20 for takeoff because it's a short runway for 7.4. Yeah, I'm going to have a go at 0.5, I think. Unless anyone thinks differently. Let's see. MBFSS, thought you were going to do the circle to land procedure. You're going to do the ILS. Won't be that hard. Who said I wasn't going to do the circle to land? I am going to do the circle to land. Let's see. First Officer Jaden prefers the Modern 2. He prefers the 200. Ah, interesting. Let's see. Aaron McLean, the PPL series was also a great way of explaining how it all works. Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you very much for watching those. I'm glad the videos could help. I never did finish that series properly, actually. I never did my cross-country and then my skills test at the end of it. Let's see, plus, no, but it's 1800 metres of runway you need for the headwind. Ah, so Inverness is 1650, just over 1650 metres. This will be interesting. Excellent. Right, let's continue with this. Select the runway. Yeah, let's go for 0.5. Let's have a laugh. Okay, so we don't have any SIDs. Let's do that. Right, okay, so I need to go and grab my thing back. Sorry, I'm gonna screw up the sound again here momentarily. If I bring up my sim brief flight plan here, let me just get the routing. So we're going to be going to Vadno, and then it's going to be so UN581 to Aberdeen and direct to Rockham, and then 982 to Topper, and direct to I guess it's going to be the closest one. Lima 620 to Arnhem. And direct to Podip. Direct to Bombay. T721 to oops, is that right? Sunik should be. Then Lima 607 over to seconds. Execute that, and then we'll sort out our arrival once we're a bit closer to Innsbruck later on there. Let's have a look here. Wojtek, favourite plane is 777-300. Nice. Let's see. Alan, videos are great. Has the ability to explain, demonstrate things clearly. Oh, thank you very much, Alan. Rusty C, how's it going? How's life treating you? All good, I hope. Yeah, doing all right. Yeah, finally, things are starting to wind down for the year. Finally, we had a very busy year at work this year. Had a lot of survey aircraft coming and going, which kept us handling and refueling literally every single day. So, yeah, kept very busy this summer, which is good for business, but yeah, it takes its toll. Bunker Fox, welcome. Just popping in to say hi. I can't watch this now because I go at work, but I'll try to catch it later. Merry Christmas to you, Bunker Fox. Thank you very much for dropping in, and yeah, thank you again. Appreciate you coming along. Rusty C 747 out of Inverness. Good luck. Yeah, a bit of a joke flight this one, bit of a meme, but we'll give it a go. See what happens. Andrew Yusa, welcome. How's it going? Happy flying. Thank you very much, Andrew. Happy flying to you as well. Right. So that's all the departure stuff done. I'm not going to bother with nav radios and that. Performance data, now things are going to get interesting. So zero fuel weight can be calculated automatically. Pardon me, I did not calculate the reserves, or I didn't make a note of the reserves here. Reserve fuel. 4.2 tons. Constant index was given as 32 by Simbrief. Cruising at flight level 390. Insufficient fuel. He didn't say that, don't worry about it. Yeah, thrust, definitely full power takeoff. Go for a flaps 20 takeoff. Let's see. Into the trim, into the centre of gravity, gives us our trim 4.4. And we'll select these three speeds. 123 knots rotate speed in the 7.4. That's not much. That's a very low speed. I'm feeling a bit better about the takeoff now. Let's see. Aaron, is the only Inverness departure a direct departure? Yes, it is. Yeah, there's no set procedures for Inverness as it stands at the moment. There are plans to try and introduce some airspace around Inverness, which may bring some more or some changed procedures. But at the moment, Inverness, it just has its little what we call air ATZ, air terminal zone, I think. Oh god, can't remember. But it's basically just a 2.5 mile bubble around the airport, whereas the airport wants to expand that to a proper structured section of airspace around the airport. But that's been in work for about 7 years and still not happened, so I'm not sure if it will happen. Let's see, Rusty C, glad to hear you guys are busy. Good news. Yep, we've been doing all right. We've bounced back quite well from COVID, so you got to get yourself back in the office. We'll see. Let's see you again. Get back up and flying. Right, so let's see. Fuel sufficient flight. Yeah, maybe. Assume temperature. I don't have any way of calculating that. Fuel or derated climb is needed. Go for full thrust takeoff. Into the center of gravity done. Into a select V speeds done, and that's all done there. Let's see, Andrew, are you flying online? Nope, I am not flying online. Right, next I've got the preliminary pre-flight, and let's see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A4 pages of things to check. So if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna check all of these items just now. I will get through to comments. I just want to make sure that I've got the plane ready to go for 11:45 Zulu time, which is when I'm planning the departure here. So let's get jiggy with it. Right. ELT switch doesn't look like it's installed up here. Engine auto start switches. Guard close, electronic engine controls. There we go. Okay, so it's this one. So yep, they're all on normal. All lights off. Standby power selector is on auto. Utility power switches are both on. Battery switches on. Bus tie switches all on auto. Generator control switches are all on. Disconnect drive lights are all on. APU selector. Get that started now. Wait for the APU generator 1 and 2 lights to become available, and then we'll switch those on. And welcome, how's it going? Good to see you in the chat there. Rusty, yeah, I'll be back. Still worried the whole COVID thing, can't afford to be halted. Fair enough. Yeah, that's totally understandable. Yeah, we've just, we kind of relaxed a little bit with our kind of COVID mitigation in the office. But yeah, now with the new variant, we've kind of cranked that back up again. So we're enforcing masks on at all times, distance, and all the usual stuff. Okay, APU Gen 1, 2 available lights are on, so we'll go APU Gen on, APU Gen on. Hydraulic panel, demand pump selectors all off, press lights on. Engine pump switches are all on. Emergency light switch closed. Nothing else up here. Nothing needs changing. Fuel transfers off. Yep. Engine fire switches all in. APU bottle discharge light is off, off, and off. Engine start switches all in. Standby ignition selector. It's not installed by the looks of it. Continuous ignition switch. That's off. Yep. auto ignition. Set 1 and 2, auto start switch. Okay, sorry. Standby norm. Auto ignition selected 1 and 2. Do 1. Auto start switch is on. Auto start switch is not there. Fuel jettison panel is off. Nozzle switches are off. Sorry guys, I am seeing comments there. I will get to those in a second. The preliminary pre-flight procedures in Boeings are notoriously long, so I will get through in a second. I just want to make sure I get through everything here, as I said, just so we're ready for an on-time departure. So, fuel panel, crossfeed, valve switches. Yep, those are both on. So 2 anti switches there. Fuel pump switches all off. Yep. Anti-ice panel, nacelle and wing are all off. Window heat switches can come on. Windshield wiper selectors both off. Landing light switches are all off. Runway turn-offs are off. Taxi light is off. Let's see, passenger oxygen is guarded. Fuel damper switches are both on. Landing altitude is set to auto. Outflow valve manual switches are both off. Cabin altitude auto selector is on. Right. Okay, clean that's on. Let's see, passenger temperature selector auto, flight deck auto, zone fault light is off. Trim air is on. Upper and lower research are on. After cargo switch is off. Equipment cooling is on norm. High flow is off. Pack reset not needed. Gasper is on. Humidifier, don't think we've got installed. And cargo is a separate thing. Let's see, bleed air. Fault lights are all off. Pack control selectors normal. Left and right isolation are on. Engine bleed air, fault lights are off. APU bleed air is on. Engine bleed air switches are on. Beacon light off. Nav light can come on. Strobe light is off. Ring light, logo light not needed. Lights tests. Make sure it's all working. Right, good. Oops. Okay. Let's see. EFIS minimum selector. We'll go with barrel. And I think we're accelerating at 1,500 feet, so I'll set that in. Close enough. That's the barometric pressure set there on the primary flight display, just so you know. Flight path vector, yeah, I'll have that. That'll come in quite handy when we land at Innsbruck. I suspect meter switch not needed. Barometric reference. We're going to go hectopascals, and what do we have? The pressure at 1038. Quite high pressure at Inverness today. 038 set. VOR ADF as needed, not needed. Nav display mode selector is on map. Range selector, we've got it down at 5 for takeoff. Traffic switch. If I was flying online, that would be more applicable. I'm not, so I'm not going to worry about it. Weather radar is off. Map switches as needed, not going to use them. Flight director switches left side on first, then right. Auto throttle alarm switches in the arm position. Bank limit selector is set to auto. Autopilot disengage bar is up. Oxygen mask, test pressure. Seems to work. Don't really need it. Sorry guys, I will get to comments in a second. As I said, the pre-flight procedures in the Boeing are notoriously long, but you don't do as much when you fly, so Left, also IRS air data, yep. Clock is set, yep, just about matches real world's time. That's good. So Takeoff's off, no V-speed has disappeared, auto throttle is blank, roll mode's toga, pitch mode's toga, flight director mode's set, standby instruments, correct, 1038, correct, CRT brightness as needed, not needed, yeah, you select all these things up here, not going to check those because those are all usually correct by default. Landing gear lever is down, alternate flaps is off, all of those switches are off. Control stand, speed brake lever is down, reverse thrust levers are down, forward thrust levers, oh no, I'm going to need to adjust that, oops, I'll need to reconfigure my throttles, yikes, good thing I checked that. Flaps lever match, position indicator, parking brake set, fuel control switches all off, stabilizer off, and alternate stabilizer switches are neutral. Left radio, not using radios, not flying online, center radios not needed, weather radar panel set, should be set automatically there. No smoking sign goes on, seatbelt signs go on. Auto brake selector, RTO for ejected takeoff. And transponder set. Right. This should be everything. Before start is the next checklist. Excellent. Sorry guys, now I can answer a few questions. Aaron McLean, opinions on Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. It's a very pretty simulator. I'm not sold on the flight model. I don't think it accurately represents flying. And I wanted to do this flight today in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. However, I started up the simulator and it was asking for a 100 gigabyte download to update the sim again. I don't have time for that, so I've spent the majority of the time that I've spent at Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is updating the thing. I've not done much flying it at all. I don't spend much time with it myself. Danny, welcome. Hello, Doof, for first time catching live. Welcome. Glad you could come along and catch me here. Let's see. First off, Jin. Still sad you aren't getting more views than before. Channel's pretty underrated. Oh, very kind of you to say. Yeah, YouTube I think has kicked me into oblivion. Nothing I can do about it. So, yeah. I don't know what to do to bring my channel back into relevancy, but I think YouTube has kicked me into touch, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll see. Not hopeful, but for the future of the channel. But I want to try and hit 100,000 subscribers. That's been a big kind of goal for mine since day one, is to get 100,000. So I'll keep plugging away at it, and hopefully I'll hit that at some point. But yeah, I think I'm just not active enough to appease the YouTube gods. So not much I can do, unfortunately. Let's see, Rusty C. Nicola's going to drop a bomb on Boxing Day, I think. Hopefully not, but you never know. Danny, which checklist are you using, if I may ask? So I've just got my own checklist that I've kind of adapted. When you purchase this plane, this is an add-on plane by a developer called PMDG, and with the aircraft you will get several PDF documents. One of those documents is called an FCOM manual, which is short for Flight Crew Operations Manual, which basically describes every system in depth and all of the basic procedures in detail. and what you're looking for in that document is something called the normal procedures, and it's basically a step-by-step guide of how to fly an aircraft. So I've basically just adapted a step-by-step guide from that documentation, essentially. Andrew user, am I using FSX or P3D? And as Plus has said correctly, yep, it's P3D. This is P3D version 4, so the older version of P3D, because I didn't feel like it was worth the investment or upgrades to version 5. I might invest in version 6 when it comes out, but that'll be a few years down the line. Anyway, what was I going to do? Controls, wasn't it? I need to adjust my controls. So what am I looking for? Axis. So it's going to be just a generic throttle axis that I want. So I'm going to do it on... Oh, sorry, no, that's set to rudder pedals. That's not one. That's my throttle. Right, yeah, so I need to delete that, move that onto a generic throttle axis. Okay, it's still a bit wonky. Okay. Pardon me, guys. Just a minor technical issue. Regular programming will resume shortly. Down. Good. Okay, that's all sorted. My apologies for that. That's why you check your flight controls. Right. I think we are just about ready to get a shifty on. Let's see. How are you all doing in the run up to Christmas anyway? Have you all done your Christmas shopping? You all ready? Got all your presents bought? You excited for the holidays? You get time off work? How are you all doing out there? While I wait for you to answer, I'll just continue with this. So I need to start getting all of the ground vehicles away from the aircraft as well, because we are just about ready to move. So we'll release you. Release. Nope, I didn't. Nope. Go. Okay. Release maintenance fan. Release. 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 I think I accidentally asked someone to come up to the aircraft, so. Let's see, First Officer Jaden, will I recheck the A320 tutorials? Just asking. I probably will do, yeah. I've been thinking about getting the what's the decent A320 for FSX and P3D? Oh my gosh, I can't remember the developer's name. But short answer is yes. I would like to, now that I've got a bit more experience with commercial aircraft, I would like to get my hands on a detailed A320 model and redo the A320 tutorials, definitely. Turnswood, welcome. Good morning from warm Florida. Good to see your channel. Thank you very much, Turnswood. Good morning from cold Scotland, the cold Scottish Highlands. Thank you very much for tuning in. It must be quite early for you down there, so thank you very much for coming along. It's great to see you there. FS Labs, that's the one. Thank you very much, Plus. Aerosoft Professional. I think I've got the Aerosoft Professional, but it's, yes, the FS Labs. That was the one I was thinking of. Thank you, Plus, and Jaden for that. Right, release you. So he's disconnected, so... Okay, yeah, so just waiting on everyone to leave the aircraft just now. let's see, Rusty, get the tallest for explain that's decent. I might do, actually. I've been meaning to jump into explain more frequently. Haven't really followed. I know that explain 12 has been announced, and yeah, I know that people are starting to get excited for that, so I'll be keeping an eye on that, see what happens with explain 12. Wojtek, I think. When we continue the 777 guide, hopefully over the winter holidays, now that I've got a few days off and work isn't killing me, basically. Yeah, I did record a descent, approach and landing video. However, it didn't turn out quite the way I wanted. But now I've got a couple of days off. I might try and re-record that again, and see how that goes. I want to try and get it finished by New Year, and we're going to be work's going to be closed over sort of the Christmas to New Year period. So I'll hopefully have a few days where I can sit down, properly plan out the last kind of 3 or 4 videos and get those done. Right, doors. Just going to close all of them. Get them alarmed as well. Excellent. Let's see. Christoph, foggy and freezing here in South Germany with a westerly wind, might be similar in Lowy. Oh, I hope so. Rusty C, I've been in DCS for months now, dropping warheads and warheads, flying the squadron in the AV-8B. Nice. Yeah, I've been trying to get my head into DCS as well. I've been doing quite a lot of flying with the F-18, really trying to learn the systems of that, and I'm feeling fairly confident with some sort of the basic air-to-air stuff. I don't know a lot of the theory behind things like all the sort of the basic fighter maneuver geometry and 1 circle, 2 circle rate versus something else. I haven't quite got that to hand yet, but it's a slow but steady learning progress. Also good. Okay. Right. Let's get the engine started, shall we? So, flight deck door closed and locked. Do that there. CDU display. We'll go to the takeoff ref page. Takeoff ref there. Good. So IES max selector set V2 speed. V2 speed is 143. I'm sorry, you probably can't see that there. Heading will be 055. Altitude, we're just going to go straight up to flight level. LNAV, VNAV, get those armed. Initial heading, initial altitude, both set. Taxi and takeoff briefing. So we're going to start the engines, taxi by turning to the left. We're going to go down to runway 05, take off from there, flaps 20, and yeah, after takeoff we're going to do a right hand turn to our first waypoint, which I believe is Vadno, climb up to cruising altitude of 39,000 feet and see how we go from there. Crafting method, ceremonial annual barrel roll. Maybe after I've landed. Let's see, Rusty C, ground pounder only, totally suck it air-to-air stuff. First love was A10C. Ah, nice. Well, maybe we shall cross flight paths in DCS one day. Yeah, I haven't learned a lot of the theory, like combat air patrol and what the different kind of mission types are in military aviation, but I'll get there slowly. Right, exterior doors, verify closed. I can do that by going over to this, checking the... Is there a doors page? DRS? Must be it. Yep, all armed, all good. Okay, hydraulic panel. Oh, sorry, getting a bit of lag there. Is the stream running okay? I feel like I'm getting a bit of lag through the simulator here. Hydraulic demand pump for selector, set that to auxiliary. Hydraulic demand pump 1, 2 and 3 selectors, set to auto. Actually, should probably change my view for this, will be a bit better. Main fuel pump switches all on. Main, 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 main. If the center fuel tank has more than that amount, let's check fuel. Center fuel tank has no fuel reserve, nothing else, so it would just about 10 tons in each of the main tanks. Beacon light switch onto both. Recall switch, nothing new popping up there. Cancel switch, pardon me, cancel that. Stabilizer set for takeoff, so it was 4.4. Be about there. Actually, do we have a flight controls page? Status that might have the trim on it. Doesn't look like it's got the trim on it. Never mind. Aileron trim is on 0. Rudder trim is on 0. Okay. Engine starts. So pushback procedure, I'm not going to push back. Transponder on standby or auto repeating off. We'll leave it on standby for Inverness. Parking brake we'll keep on for the startup. Lower display set to engine page. Pack control selectors set to 2 or 3 to off. So I'm going to turn all of the packs off. Make sure we get all of the bleed air going into the engines for startup. Start sequence. Let's go 4, 3, 2, 1. It'll be a bit slow, but yeah, we'll do one engine at a time. So engine start switch, pull, fuel control switch, hit to run. So pull that. Getting some N3 rotation. Getting a bit of fuel flow going into the engine now. Engine 4 parameters all increasing. Wait for the start switch to pop. There it goes. Engine number 3. Let's see, Wojtek, I think you might have a wrong fuel pump config on the fuel tank. Engine diecast message. Oh, okay, no worries, I'll check that in a moment. Let's see, Rusty, if you're interested in multiplayer DCS, check out VAF Virtual Air Force. Ah, will do. One of my mates drives a Royal Mail truck to EGB, said there was an aircraft blown over in the last storm. Hopefully not one of yours. No, I wasn't aware of anything getting blown over. I didn't hear any rumours at all flying through the office. It'd be an expensive accident if it did happen. Thanks. And yeah, Wojtek, yeah, fuel pump config, I'll check that shortly. Wait till 50. Starter pops. And then we'll go engine 1. So I'm letting this run up to about sort of 22 to 24. That's what I've been introducing the fuel. I'm sure if I check the FCOM it would give the proper point, but yeah, about 22 to 24 seems to be a good speed. Let's see, plus, anyone know if Active Sky P3D is worth purchasing for Christmas? I'd like to know how it compares to the freeware weather engines. I really like Active Sky. I've used Active Sky for the old FSX and for P3D as well. I think it does a very good job injecting weather into the simulator, and I think it definitely adds to the simulator experience, I would say. Okay, that is engines started. Let's do our after start. APU selector off. Hydraulic demand pump selectors all also. Nacelle anti-ice as needed. Not needed for now. Cargo heat not needed. Patch selectors. So it goes back to normal. Lower display set to status. Flaps lever set for takeoff. Over flaps 20 takeoff. Flight controls check. So right. Oops. Accidentally hit the parking brake off when I did my runner there. Right, lower display, blank that out. Transponder as needed, keep it on standby. Recall switch, check that. Fuel tank, engines. Is it the overrides that need to come on? Probably is. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Okay. Let's see. Next will be, so that was all the before taxi, so next we'll taxi. Let's see, Wojciech, sorry. From my knowledge, you should close the cost feed because the fuel tank supplies on there. Ah, right, gotcha. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Thank you. Let's see, Christoph, did you plan for 11:55 Zulu departure UTC time? You broke it. Yeah. Let's see, first off, Jin, am I referring to 747 tutorial video? No, I haven't done any. I would like to do some in the future, but we'll see. Wojciech, to ensure equal weight distribution. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we'll go with that. Right, let's taxi our way over to runway 05, shall we? 15 minutes late, but what's an airline if it isn't fashionably late? Come on, plane, you're very light. You don't need much power to get moving. I feel like something's wrong here. Shouldn't need that much power to get moving. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. This is a rookie mistake, if ever there was a rookie mistake. take the chocks out. I'm ashamed to admit that I've done that in real life as well. There we go, that's more like it. Oops. Yeah, I've done that for real as well. Left the chocks in. Oh, numpty. Come and view my channel for all your flight sim tutorial needs. Let's see, Rusty, am I on Discord? I can send you a link to VF for a look. So much fun, training on Tuesday, mission Thursday. Okay. Yes, I am on Discord. I'm not sure how Discord works, I'm not too familiar with it, but yeah, if you just do a search for Doof 911, you should be able to find me. Weather radar can come on. Terrain radar, not really needed. I expect the climb performance of this thing should be good. Oh, it's going to be close with the wingtip over there, I think. Oh no, we're fine. Oops, apparently I'm dragging along the GPU as well. Come on GPU, we're going for a flight. I am such an idiot. Can you tell I'm a bit out of practice? Wait, can I get rid of that? Wait, hold up. Okay. I think I need to stop on the taxiway here. Right, okay, let's... Alright, ground power disconnecting. Well, hurry up and disconnect then. Whoops. So this is about the level of service you can expect at Inverness Airport as well. When you're ready. Oh dude, hurry up. Move on. Have I broken it? I think I've broken the PMDG. Calibrations. Yeah, so we're just waiting for Slowpoke here to get a move on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Right. Make sure he's clear. Right. Deload. Come on. Deload. Come on. There we go. Right. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a move on now, shall we? Oh well, at least we gave us some time for the engines to warm up, I guess. Right, are you all ready for what should be quite an interesting performance takeoff? hope I'll be alright. I should be. 123 knot rotate speed. I should be fine, right? Getting this done nice and early. Bleeds off. Nah, I'll leave them on. Let's see how we do with the bleeds on. If it accelerates like a brake, you might not. I guess we'll find out, won't we? I'm going to take the chance. I'm going to cut this corner a little bit as well. I'm just concerned now that I'm going to like clip a wingtip off of something and it's going to crash the simulator. When the simulator's crash, detection's going to kick in. See, I know I'm shortcutting that corner. I know I am. It's for good cause.
Approaching 0-5.
Yeah, and this is the default scenery for this as well, so this isn't realistic to real life. Void check, this is default. Yes, it is, yeah.
On runway 0-5.
Right, stop. I need every meter I can get. Now you mention it. Maybe I will go bleeds off. Yeah, maybe I will actually. Get as much performance as I can get. Okay, are we ready? Let's see. Oops, I forgot my strobe lights. Oh, I'm panicking now. Right, inboard landing lights come on. And where's the... is that the toggle button? That'll be the toggle button, won't it? Yeah. Oops. Hang on. My physical throttle's not in the right spot. There was a book blocking me moving that. Come on, 7-4. Oh, she's going like a rocket. Oh, we're off before the intersection.
D1.
Well, that went a lot better than expected. Gotta be careful not to... Crikey. Well, that works. Well, that went a lot better than expected. Wow. I was up before the intersection at Inverness. Now that's performance. That is performance. Wow. You were climbing 7,200 feet per minute. That, wow. I didn't realise the 7.4 could do that. Jeez. I'm like worried I haven't put enough fuel on board now. Crikey. Woo! Alrighty. Well, that will do. That'll do nicely. Maybe some anti-ice. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. Just to be safe. What we got for... outside temp is 11C at the moment. Well, there you go. So we're climbing now at 4,000 feet per minute, still. We're real standard on the pressure. Alright. And the sound of those engines ramping up as well, jeez. Quite something. I'm quite upset. I never got to fly on a 747 in real life. Which is unfortunate, but what can you do? Right, cabin altitude's climbing. Good. Okay. Here we go. Seatbelt signs to auto as well. Trade-in, welcome. FSX or P3D. This is P3D version 4. Yeah, so we're literally just taking off from Inverness. We're now rocketing our way up to flight level 390 for our flight down to Innsbruck. We'll bring the anti-ice off there. Squeeze a couple of extra percent of performance out of the engines. There we go. Bit of drama before takeoff, but we got there in the end. So, just monitoring the performance of the aircraft. Everything's fine. We're on speed, climbing nicely, on track. Engines are all within limits. Check the fuel overrides 2 forwards. I'll take the overrides off just now. Don't think I need those. I don't think I need those, and then 10 seconds later you get an alarm sounding. Right, good. Everything seems to be okay. So yeah, I'm going to be pretty much hands off for a little while now. Yeah, just going to make our way down to Innsbruck, really. So this is us heading towards Aberdeen just now. And then we're going to do a right-hand turn, fly southeast over the North Sea down to mainland Europe. Yeah, on the takeoff there, I had to like just pull a lot more pitch angle than I guess would be normal for 7.4, just to control the speed. Because if I climbed at a regular pitch angle. Yeah, I was, well, hang on, I had flaps 20 and I got up to, what, 180 knots? Yeah, I didn't want to overspeed the flaps, so Well, that was fun. Let's see, Wojciech, you don't need them. They used to force feed the atomages from the main tank. Only necessary when the main tank fuel quantity is higher than the atoms. Ah, gotcha. Thank you very much for confirming that. Yeah, I haven't read through the FCOM in detail for the 7.4. I've just got the normal procedures for it, really. But everyone say thank you to Wojciech, our resident 747 expert in the chat here. Definitely helping out with this live stream today. Levels are equal, should feed each engine from its own tank. Roger that. I'm just concerned that we don't have enough for the whole flight. I'll just maybe cheat some fuel in if needs be. Yeah, so yeah, that'll be those cross feeds which are guarded. I think must be guarded for a reason, so I'll leave them alone. Cool. Alright. Well, it's time to kick back, relax, and enjoy the flight, I guess. So what is everyone doing for Christmas? What is everyone's plans? Let's see. I think we've got, is it 24 people watching at the moment? Let's see. Steve Eardley, welcome. Just once on a Virgin 747 upstairs in premium economy at a time. Very nice. On a Virgin flight as well. That must be quite nice actually. Yeah, I'm really gutted. I missed the opportunity to fly on one. Although then again, maybe I'll see if I can get onto an A380 at some point. So I get some sort of double-decker flight experience. Let's see, Wojciech, no 747 expert, just 17-year-old flight enthusiast. Well, you know more about the plane than I do, so thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for sharing your knowledge of it with me and with the chat. Yeah, so we're now... yeah, cruising up nicely. Just passing through flight level 290. That's us turning now over Aberdeen. So 10,000 feet to go, and then we'll just level off and start cruising along. It's only a 2-hour flight, so we should be landing in Innsbruck in about, or we'll certainly be descending into Innsbruck in about an hour and a half time. It's not far, not long from Inverness, especially the 7.4, which cruises a bit faster than like the likes of say an A320. I do believe it's runway 08 in use in Innsbruck at the moment, which kind of forces our hands into doing the circle to land, which I was going to do anyway if the winds weren't too bad at Innsbruck. Let's see if I can find the METAR for Innsbruck at the moment. Let's see what it says. Let's see, so winds 250 at 3 knots. Not really a factor. Cav okay in Innsbruck. Ah, so no bad weather ruining our approach into Innsbruck. 2 degrees, low, dew point is -3. QNH 1028, no significant changes. Okay, so it looks like it's quite a nice day in Innsbruck today actually. This should be nice. Jolly good. almost at top of climb already. Excellent. Good. So if anyone's got any questions or anything about flight simming, about real world flight training, if anyone is new to the channel and watching, I'm very proud to say that I am a PPL, a real world PPL holder. So if you've got any questions about real world flying, ask away. I'll be more than happy to explain anything and everything that I can. So yeah. Well, it's usually the way my live streams usually go. Everyone runs off after takeoff, and then there's a few of the die-hard fans stick around for the whole flight. So yeah. Let's see how we go. Also, how would the viewers that are still here, how would you feel about me doing some racing sim stuff on the channel? Because like since the start of COVID, I've been watching too much YouTube, quite frankly. But like one of the YouTubers I really watch a lot of is Jimmy Broadbent, and I really want to start trying to get into some racing sim stuff. I don't know if it's worth posting on the channel or not. So let me know what you think. Let's see, plus, what are the costs involved to get a PPL? So it depends where in the UK. Well, I can only speak kind of in terms for the UK. In the UK, you're probably looking at a range of prices. So probably towards the lower end, you're looking at about £8,500 to £9,000 to do a full PPL course. If you're looking to do that somewhere, say near London, it could be anything up to £12,000 to £14,000. So depending on where in the UK you want to do your training, there is kind of like a range with a kind of a lower band and an upper band of prices. And depending on where you fly in the UK as well, it kind of you kind of learn to fly in a specific environment. So for example, you know, I trained and learned to fly in the Scottish Highlands. We have uncontrolled airspace up in the Highlands. We don't have too much commercial traffic. We don't have you know, lots of small airfields all kind of vying for, you know, they have like training areas and stuff. It's relatively quiet. However, we do have mountainous terrain. We do have weather changing currently. So there's there's pros and cons. Down in London, it's very busy airspace. There's lots of controlled airspace. There's lots of small grass fields intermingling with each other. So depending on where you train in the UK, you get a different experience. You know, you might learn to train in London, become very comfortable with a very busy radio and a very busy airspace, but then come up to Scotland and think, I'm controlled airspace, what am I doing? Whereas, you know, if you train in Scotland and then go somewhere busy like London or nearby in that relative area, then, you know, it might be the opposite. Like, I've learned to train in uncontrolled airspace. I'll feel very uncomfortable going into controlled airspace. So yeah, it's different. It's different wherever you are. Let's see, Mosta, how to land RNAV in the PMDG 777. I don't know yet, but it is something I'm going to cover when I get around to sort of the last 3 videos of my 777 tutorial series. So I'm planning on doing a video demonstrating an ILS landing, and then I want to do a RNAV landing, approach and landing as well. Steve, not as much as a CPL, correct? Yeah, that's true, or an ATPL for that matter. Let's see, Robert, now that I have my PPL, what are your plans? Are you getting into the flight training side of your company's operations? Are you intending to go for the CPL ME ratings? My plans are just to develop my pilot skills personally. I don't think I will be able to finance a move into commercial flying. and I also suffer from a mild colour vision deficiency as well, which means that I'm medically prohibited from flying at night time as well, and that might prevent me from doing the majority of commercial operations. So I don't know if I want to go into commercial flying. I think at the moment I'm concentrating on developing kind of ground operations knowledge and management skills. Is kind of where my focus is at the moment. I'm leaning more towards kind of ground operations and business operations than flights training sort of thing. But I still want to do what I can with my PPL, so I want to go and fly into controlled airspace. I want to go and do landaways. I want to, fly, from Scotland, fly around England for a few hops and then come back to Scotland. I want to do soft field training and short field training, because all the flying that I have done has been on paved runways. Just at Inverness, Wick, and Kirkwall are the three places I've travelled to. So I want to develop professionally. If I can finance it, I would absolutely love to do aerobatics as well. But that would be like a lottery win and buying myself an aerobatic capable plane. That's kind of where my vision is at the moment. Let's see. Alan, post any videos you like. It's always a treat to see pop up in YouTube notifications. Thank you very much, Alan. I'm glad that my videos do still pop up in your YouTube notifications. I remember when I started my 777 videos, I was getting... So in the past, there used to be quite a kind of a nominal ratio that when you released a video, you would get about 10% of your audience would view the video within the first 24 hours. So let's say you had 10,000 subscribers, you would get 10,000. Yeah, if you had 10,000 subscribers, you would get 1,000 views, usually around 1,000 views in the first 24 hours of the video being uploaded. Now, I think because YouTube has kicked me into oblivion, I am getting about 1% views on my videos. So I'm getting the equivalent of what would be 100 views on my video. So I've got about 50,000 subscribers at the moment, and within 24 hours I was getting about 500 views on my new 777 videos. I put messages out onto, I think, Twitter and onto the YouTube comments, like the community section on my channel, and I was asking people like, have you seen the videos? Like, are they just not showing up for you? What's the story? Like, are people just not interested in the 777? There's a few people saying, like, we didn't see the video when you released it, but it popped up in our feed like a few days later, so it was like already way down the list. So I don't know if that's YouTube just being funny with their algorithm and things. I certainly know that some of the creators that I follow, there's quite a few like big names that I follow as well. Like one of the ones I really enjoy is Smarter Every Day. I know that he's done a video, or he's done various videos, and I've not seen them pop up until a couple of days afterwards. So it just seems to be a YouTube thing, which is really unfortunate, and it really puts, for the people who can't afford to do it full time and stuff, it really puts you off making videos for the platform, unfortunately. Like, put it this way, would you do a month's worth of work for, let's say, $200? Because if you're a small creator on YouTube, that's what it's like. Would you take on a part-time job and only get paid $200, or the equivalent of $200 per month? or less. Quite off-putting. Let's see, plus slightly nearsighted in your left eye, so you're not alone. Yeah, I find that a lot with people who get into flight simulation and like take it, you know, really kind of take it fairly seriously. Like, you know, I know how to fly. I know how to operate commercial aircraft. Whether you know, I'm employing good pilot skills or not is another matter. But I know what buttons to press in what order to get something like a 747 up and down in one piece. But yeah, a lot of people who do flight simming, I found, yeah, they're like medically in some way prevented from doing it for real, which is quite bad. There's quite a high barrier to entry to become a pilot, and right, I guess, understandably so, because there is quite a high, you know, there is a lot at stake when you're flying an aircraft. You know, it does require a lot of knowledge, it does require a lot of training. I know the commercial pilots, when they're not flying, they are in simulators constantly drilling emergency procedures, abnormal procedures. So, you know, the level of training that commercial pilots get is really high. But yeah, it's quite a high barrier to entry for a career. It's hey ho. But yeah, with regards to flight simming, yeah, I've been trying to get into DCS recently. Because I've got a few different aircraft for DCS, but kind of similar to, you know, P3D and that. You know, I've not given myself enough time to like learn the aircraft and really get value out of it. You know, because the PMDGs are very expensive aircraft, very expensive add-ons. You know, if you're gonna pay a lot of money to get one, you know, you want to get your money's worth out of it. You want to learn the aircraft in detail, understand it, use it regularly. And it's the same with DCS. I've got a few aircraft because I like them and I'm interested in them, but I'm not giving myself the opportunity or the time to learn to fly them, which I really should. So yeah, so I started learning the F-18. I can certainly employ air-to-air weaponry. Just about got the hang of the HOTAS systems and how to select different radar modes and how to select different weapons in the heat of a dogfight. So getting there, slowly but surely. Let's dial this map up, see where we are. So we're cruising along at Mach 0.837, so fairly nippy. Of course, the 747's got quite an aggressively swept wing, so it's quite efficient aerodynamically, so it can cruise at higher speeds. So yeah, fascinating aircraft. I can't wait. Once I've finished the 777 videos, I'd love to dig into the FCOM for the 74 and learn a lot about it. I mean, it's quite funny when you look at the overhead panel. You compare that to something like like the 777. It's so complex. There's just so many systems because you've got 4 engines, you've got 4 sets of fuel pumps. You know, you've got your 4 engine bleed air controls, 3 packs, 4 sets of, you know, hydraulic systems and stuff. So busy, but once you read through it and you understand it and kind of understand all of this is divided into a separate section. You know, you've got your electronics, engine generators, hydraulics, fire, engine start, fuel jettison, fuel pumps. Once you kind of understand each section of the overhead, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. So what about you guys watching? What's your favourite aircraft and why? I know a couple of people have said they like the 777. There's a couple of people not a fan of the 747-400s, which is fair enough. Yeah, you don't have to like the same aircraft that I do. Let's see. So what I might start doing is I might start planning for an approach into Innsbruck soon. Let's have a look here. So it's 12:36 Zulu in game at the moment. Let me just zoom in here. Progress. So expected to arrive in runway at 14:04 Zulu. So yeah, a bit of time. Let's see. Do we have time till the top of descent? Not quite, not yet. So 657 miles, 14:04. Let's see, Zulu. First Zulu left the A350-1000, sold on the real life at the Farnborough Air Show. Nice. Yeah, the A350 does look quite sleek actually, now you mention it. I remember when they were doing some of the training flights, or the initial test flights for it, they actually brought it up to Stornoway in the Scottish, like the Western Isles, off the coast of Scotland, because the crosswind conditions were perfect for the aircraft. So the test pilots brought it all the way from France up to Scotland to do a couple of touch and goes in Scotland, because the crosswinds were really favourable for what they wanted to try out, which was quite impressive. I remember, yeah, so an amateur kind of plane spotter managed to get some footage of them doing the touch and go at Stornoway. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I like all sorts of different aircraft. Anyway, I think if I was to say, if people were to force me to say one particular aircraft, like what was yours? I think I would say the Concorde, because it was just such a unique and a technological marvel for its time, and I'm not sure if we're going to see one like it again. You know, I know there's a few companies looking to bring a new commercial supersonic jet to the market. I just don't know if there's demand for it. To be fair, I don't know how to look for demand for supersonic jets, but yeah, I'm just not sure if the world needs one, if that makes sense. It's such a shame they went out of service as well. Real shame they went out of service. But yeah, but apart from the Concorde, I like all sorts of aircraft for different reasons. I love the 747 because it's big and practical. I love different fighter jets. The probably one of my favourite fighter jets is the Panavia Tornado, because I basically, when I was a child, they used to fly over Inverness all the time, and I remember being in school and looking out and seeing, you know, just two information just flying along. You hear them like thundering overhead. So definitely definitely inspired me. The Pan-Avian Tornadoes, they definitely inspired me when I was a kid growing up. I think I've always been interested in aviation, and I can't explain why, but yeah, the Pan-Avian Tornadoes definitely had an awesome factor to them. Let's see. Plus, to me, it's asking like which colour is my favourite. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you like different things for different reasons. Let's see, Zulu 1, I wish a rich aviation company would restore a Concorde to a flight where they use it in air shows. Difficult, expensive, but worth it. Yeah, I mean, you know, you have these groups that kind of keep the likes of, you know, Spitfires and Sopwith Camels and stuff, you know, keep those airworthy. But Concorde, of course, is a completely different matter. But yeah, it would be nice to see one flying again. You know, like get some like proper 4K HD footage of it and all sorts. Welcome, Jonathan. How's it going? Good to see you there. Robert, good old Tornado, Norfolk Land Shark, as you used to call him. Let's see, Jonathan, I'm subscribing. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you in the live chat there. Yeah, well, obviously because we had, well, when I was a kid, we had RAF, Kinloss and Lossiemouth. So we had 2 RAF bases just along the road, essentially. So they always used to fly over Inverness quite regularly. Had Nimrods based up here as well, which was awesome. So those things with the huge probe coming out of the top front of the canopy. So yeah, it's frustrating because now I'm fortunate enough to fly around the Highlands myself. You know, a lot of our customers keep saying that they see the new Typhoons up close, and I've not seen any yet. Although I did see an Airbus A400 flying up Loch Ness, and then like the guy who was flying along Loch Ness at about 200 feet, and he like pulled up and pulled into like a steep turn over the hills at one side of Loch Ness. I was just like, oh, that's cool. It's just incredible to see such a big utility aircraft like being flown so agile. It's crazy. It was like flying really low down, just pulls up and it just cranks it over. It's a steep turn over the top of a hill and it dives down into a different valley. It's just like, wow. There's me just pulling along with a little Cessna, you know. It's just like, well, I can do steep turns as well. Let's see. Alan, prefer older aircraft, something with a big radial piston engine. Yeah, there is something with radial engines. They have a charisma, don't they? Yeah, they're one of our a customer who used to fly into Inverness regularly owned a Yak 52, a Yakovlev 52. I think it's a Russian military training aircraft. Again, big radial engine. The thing is capable of doing 6 Gs, and yeah, and it was the sound that thing would make, because he used to come to us for fuel and that, and yeah, crikey. Actually, there is a video somewhere. I've got a vlog where the owner gives me a backseat ride in it. I don't know if I've got like cards in the top corner, but if you have a look through the history of my channel, one of my kind of real world videos is a ride in the back of it, that Yakovlev 52, and that was amazing. It was only a quick flight. It was only about 15 minutes, but that thing is it's amazing because you get used to doing your training in like I've done most of my flying in Piper Tomahawks, a little kind of a little training aircraft, and then when you get to sit in a even as a passenger, when you sit in a more capable aircraft like a Yak 52, I've been fortunate enough to sit in the back seat of a Cirrus SR-22 as well. Yeah, when you're in a more capable aircraft, it's incredible, you know, what they're capable of, and the performance and the comfort. and the sort of the features of the aircraft. Yeah, like when we did that Yak flight, I think we hit 3.5 Gs, maybe even 4. So you know, you just can't do that in a Piper Tomahawk. You can't do that in a PA-28 or Cessna 172. You cannot hit 4 Gs. You know, so it's a strange feeling to do it. But let me just have a quick look here. Okay, so we've got that's a VOR station there, and then top of descent is a bit further along. Good to know. Let's see. Jonathan, how's everyone doing? Well, if no one's going to answer Jonathan in the chat, I'm doing good, Jonathan. Thank you very much for asking. Yeah, we took off from Inverness a little while ago, about half an hour ago, just over half an hour ago. Very interesting takeoff. Inverness is not built for a 747, so we had to do like probably a maximum performance takeoff, and it went really well, surprisingly. Yeah, quite an interesting takeoff from Inverness, and we're now just cruising along to Innsbruck here. Let's see, Robert, is there equivalent to the Mach Loop in Scotland? I don't think so. No, there's not anywhere I know of specifically where plane spotters kind of gather. I mean, I think the thing with the Scottish Highlands is there's so many valleys and there's so many lochs and so many peaks and troughs that there's no kind of one defining place that military aircraft always go. I mean, I think if you look at the different, like, the aviation charts for Scotland, I think the entirety of the Highlands, sort of north and northwest of Inverness, there is actually a massive, what would you call it? I think a danger area, and it's not often activated, but if the military really wanted to do some intense low-level training over Scotland, there is a danger area that would cover the entirety of the Highlands, and so if that was to be activated, then that would basically say, you know, this area it's like essentially it's a temporary chunk of airspace, so the military could basically say, right, we don't want anyone flying across the entirety of the Highlands between 0 to I think it's 5,000 feet, period. So yeah, thankfully they don't activate it, but it does exist, and it could be activated at some point if the Royal Air Force really did want to do a lot of training, or the Navy for that matter, if they wanted to do some very intense training in the Highlands. Let's see, Robert. Radios are great to listen to, but problem to start. Keep running and maintain. They can be, yeah. I remember the owner of the Yak. He used to like turn the engine like lots and lots and lots of times just to get fresh oil around all of the cylinders, just to kind of loosen things up before having to go at starting it. The interesting thing with the Yak as well is that a lot of it is pneumatically driven, whereas you're used to having like just physical cables or hydraulic systems. Things like the landing gear and the flaps are, well, I'm not sure about the flaps, but the landing gear certainly is driven by pneumatics, air pressure. And the reason is because the plane was designed and built to work in Russia, where it's below freezing a lot of the time of the year. And of course, if you have hydraulic fluid, that would freeze. So they use pneumatic systems, because then you would get you would get frozen liquids inside the aircraft, essentially. Let's see, Robert, I can hit those G's in those aircraft once. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy trying to push a Piper Tomahawk. They've already got enough of a reputation without trying to do steep turns and going anything beyond. I think the most you would normally hit in something like a Cessna 172, PA-28, PA-38 would be about 2 Gs when you're doing a 60-degree steep turn. I know the aircraft are rated up to plus 4Gs, but yeah, I would not want to push a 40-year-old, near 40 to 50-year-old aircraft to that sort of limit. Let's see, Christoph is doing okay. Good. Let's see, Alan. There's a bunch of Yak pilots down in Swansea. Practice display flying usually on Sunday afternoon. It's great to hear them coming in. Sit back and watch. Oh, good. What's like the general sentiment towards general aviation down in Swansea? Like, are sort of a lot of the locals, are they kind of happy to have light aircraft flying around, or do you get, do flying clubs down there get a lot of complaints about noise and stuff? What's the general sentiment down there? Interesting to know. Let's see, Christoph. There's a large zone like that in South Germany where a lot of military planes go around, spotting American in flight, feeling at high altitude. Ah, nice. Yeah, I think the military like have areas like that, like kind of designated. They've got their like smaller designated training areas, and then I think they can temporarily block bigger areas as well if they want, but thankfully they don't, because it would inconvenience quite a lot of people, both like commercial traffic and general aviation, if they if they took like a quarter of a country and blocked out the airspace for training. Ja, welcome. I think it's how you pronounce his name. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Good morning. You were the first streamer I watched back in the days with all your great tutorials. Good to see you again. Oh, thank you very much, and thank you for coming along and participating in the chat. I'm glad you liked my tutorial videos back in the day. Yeah, I've not been as active this year because real life work has been quite busy this year, and it's just, yeah, I've just been exhausted. Finishing work, and then I've got real life commitments as well. Another big change that happened this year actually is me and my girlfriend, we've settled a deal on buying a house next year, and all like the legal stuff is done. So I will be moving into finally be moving into my own home next year, which is very exciting. So yeah, I can't wait for that. Yeah, it's an amazing achievement for both of us. So yeah, I'm getting to be a proper grown up now. I'm 32, and I'm starting to finally feel like an adult. Let's see, Christoph, the large one, and your flight plan goes straight through it. Just don't tell anyone that we're flying through a military airspace. Right, so let's start having a look at preparing for our arrival into Innsbruck. Now, we're going to do the circle to land, don't you? We just have to do it. It wouldn't be a Christmas special without doing the circle to land. So, apologies for the sound here. It's going to cut out when I pull up the charts program here. Oh, not totally. It's still a bit of background sound, which is good. So let me go to lower here. We'll bring up our charts. Overview weather. Yeah, okay. Not too bothered. Runway 08. Okay. Okay. Right. So not too much there. So stars. So it was the Zebix arrival that we had on our flight plan. So we're going to be coming down into the Zebix waypoint here, and then we do a left-hand turn. That'll take us out to Rattenberg, no doubt. And then let's see, circle to land. So that's what we want to do. Circle to land. Continue. Continued. Okay. So if we mess up, which of course we're not going to do, but if we were to mess up, I think we can turn in here. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Let's see. So we'll get the Zebik chart up for the start here. So that'll take us into Ratzenberg, and then for Ratzenberg we should probably head in towards the Innsbruck NDB. So I'm not going to strictly follow this path here. But yeah, I think we're going to route in towards the, first of all, from the Ratzenberg NDB, yep. And then we're going to head into the Innsbruck NDB. And then we'll just do it visually from there, basically. But we'll start getting an idea of sort of altitudes here. So we should be up at 3,700 feet. As we're kind of flying downwind, essentially. And then, of course, we as we hit the end of the valley, do a 180, bring her into land. Visual cue church exams for the start of the right base. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that church there. I have no idea what it looks like in real life. I should do a search for that. Cool, so I'll be down to about 3,700. So let's just see. So then Innsbruck is 420. Yeah, so we're down to 3,700 minimum decision altitude. Okay, cool. Right. And I'll be lining up for runway. Let's just see. It'll be runway 08. Yeah, runway 08. We'll pin that one as well. Yeah, so we'll land runway 08. Throw out the anchors, and then hopefully, yeah, that should do us nicely. Let's see. Ja, congrats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a joint effort. Well, I say a joint effort. She's done most of the work with lawyers and stuff. She's been amazing. So, if you're watching, babe, thank you. Love you. Gustav, it's a tight turn between the mountains. It certainly is. Never done it in a 747, so I expect to get plenty of terrain warnings, which should be fun. Right, we'll start getting that program back in. Alan, it's good down here. A lot of microlights, Robinson helicopters, PPL training going on. Head out to the mountains to find paragliders, paramotors. Busy and not noisy. Ah, good, excellent. It's good to hear. Yeah, it's generally good up here as well. Although there seems to be a very small contingent in a very concentrated area who seem to be making a lot of unfounded complaints against GA in the Highlands. So, which is a bit of a shame, but I guess, I mean, there's people everywhere. Or yeah, there's people that will complain anywhere in the country, I guess. Wojciech, you're back. Welcome back. How are you doing? Right, so we've just assessed our approach into Innsbruck. So let's get jiggy with it. Low arrival, here we go. So we're going to go into runway 08. Zebix 1 Bravo. We'll go VFR approach. Flight path angle. Okay, yeah. I don't care about fuel. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, let's execute that. Let's FMC messages. We might have insufficient fuel. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It just gives us one attempt at landing in Innsbruck, because we don't have any fuel for go around on the second attempt. we're doing the incompetent pilot SOPs here. For anyone who doesn't know, TIP, or the incompetent pilot, he's one of my moderators. Yeah, he's got a no go around policy for his airlines, his makeshift airlines. So yeah, we're going to employ those procedures. Right legs, and this is what I want to do. I want to step through, make sure everything looks good. Okay, so I might need to manually draw this out. So going down to LMM. So okay, yeah, so it's RTT and then INN. Yeah, okay. Innsbruck NDB 420.0. That's the one we want. So okay, and that's what's going on. LMM, Rattenberg, Innsbruck. So why isn't the flight path drawing itself correctly there? Yeah, interesting. Let's see. So what was it? Rattenberg was 03. Turn that on so that once we get there we'll use the NDB for guidance. I think by the time we reach Rattenberg I might just be taking kind of semi-manual control of the aircraft anyway, kind of manually controlling altitude changes and heading changes on the autopilot, and then once we dip into Innsbruck Valley itself I'll probably just take hands-on control, both autopilot and throttle, and just hand fly it in from there. Let's see. Aaron, up near Wick Airport, it's barely used. Good to hear. Might start commercial flights again. Yes, definitely. Yeah, I actually in between the first and the second UK lockdowns was when I managed to finish off my PPL training, and for the PPL cross countries we do Wick and then Kirkwall and back. And yeah, I think I was the only movement at Wick that day when I did my cross country there. Which was, yeah, really strange. Yeah, but fingers crossed Wick can start getting some sort of commercial traffic again. Let's see. Wojciech, it's because the reserves you put in don't match the landing field. Ah, okay. Gustav, what's your alternate? Memory in Innsbruck and Munich? I don't have an alternate. I'm good. We're landing in Innsbruck. Let's see. Wojciech, did you execute it? I thought I did. No, I just put the two NDBs, just put them into the legs page. Maybe I should have put them into the route page, possibly. Yeah, so we come down to Elmem and then direct to Rattenberg, direct to Innsbruck. Ugh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's just like flying a big Cessna, right? remove landing gear to leave it off. Thank you very much. I've been flying the 777 too much where it's just an up and down. There's no off section. Thank you very much, Wojciech. Press execute. See, that looks like though it's just going from... Yeah, so it's not taking us all the way out to the Rattenberg NDB. Ah well. As we're coming down this leg, I'll probably just take semi-automatic control of the plane, or semi-manual. What am I trying to say? I'll take heading and altitude control of the plane. I won't bother with LNAV and VNAV at that point. It's a mod route, not actual route. Ah, okay. Yeah, and as I said, once I'm on this Elmham to Rattenberg leg, I'll just take control of the aircraft from there. I think I see what it's trying to do here, but nah, I want the time and the space by going out to Rattenberg. Right. It'll be fine. If worst comes to the worst, I'll just take manual control of the plane and just hand fly it all the way in. Wojciech, you have it set as overfly. Okay. What should it be set to? Or how? I don't know how to change it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I'll be fine. We'll figure it out when we get there. Actually, speaking of landing fuel in that, how much are we going to have? Lowy 0. Do you really think we're going to have 0 fuel? Don't worry about it. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Let's have a look. Gustav, maybe I should consider ATC career. I know the zone south Germany, West Austria and Austria was done quite well. Listen on a regular basis to videos to get better opportunities. Yeah, definitely go for it. I mean, I think air traffic control would be a very exciting and rewarding career. Plus, it pays really well. So, yeah, you should definitely go for it. Yeah, you're in a nice, warm, cozy office. You're told, you're basically forced to have breaks. You get paid a lot of money to do it. You know, there's no physical labour involved. It's a brilliant job, I would think, being an air traffic controller. Let's see, emergency landing with flames out. No, I've done that before. Was anyone around when I landed the 737 at Innsbruck? Not long after I got it. Does anyone remember that live stream a few years ago? I flew the PMDG Boeing 737 down to Innsbruck, and the landing was quite interesting. Be funny to see if anyone was around for that. Who remembers that flight? So okay, so our ETA has increased, but that's probably because I've just put in the 2 extra waypoints, so just added a bit of time to the flight time there. So 450 miles away, currently showing as a 1413 Zulu, so about an hour we should be landing. So yeah. Christoph, you was not sorry. Oh, Christian, oh yes we do. Wojciech, me too. So Christoph, to anyway, so a few years ago, like I was living down in London, and I just moved out of my flat in London, and yeah, my computer at the time was a bit funny, and it seemed my streaming software always seemed to crash about 4 hours into a flight, and I don't know why. And I'd not long got the PMDG 737, and I started learning it and started getting the hang of it. And I thought, oh, I know. Well, I think it was my first Christmas special live stream. I can't remember. It might have been my first kind of live stream at Christmas. I thought I'll do something nice. You know, Innsbruck is always hailed as quite a challenging airport in flight simulation. So a lot of people, a lot of flight simulators like flying to Innsbruck. Because it's tucked in a valley and it's such a unique airport. And so I thought, okay, well, I'm learning to fly the 737. Let's see how we go. Let's see how we do. So I'll fly from my hometown, Inverness in Scotland, to Innsbruck in Austria. And so the flight went really well. And then as we were, I think it was as we started our descent into Innsbruck. No, it was my sound device, wasn't it? My sound device would crash, and it started glitching, and like the sound went, and it sounded awful for everyone viewing. And the only way to resolve the issue was to literally unplug the audio device from the back of my computer and plug it back in. The problem with that is that I would lose half of the sounds in the simulator, which would become crucial later on in the flight. But I mean, I had like just a dim of the engines and stuff, and so it was, I could still work with it. So anyway, I'm on my way into Innsbruck, and I'm following the flight path. I do all my flight planning, and we head out to the Rattenberg NDB. It's all great. We're like descending down into the valley. You can see Innsbruck in the distance, and I'm setting up on the left side to do the approach and do the landing. So as I'm approaching Innsbruck, I bring it over to the left hand side of the valley, do the turn, line up perfectly with the runway, touchdown, like really nice touchdown, one of my better landings. Touchdown, very smooth. I was like bang on the markers, and the plane decelerates fantastically, and we come to a stop on the runway. And then I'm like, right, excellent. And then I kind of throttle up to get the plane moving again, and it doesn't move. I'm thinking, oh, okay. Auto brakes. I think in all of the panic in trying to complete that turn and stuff, I think I didn't hit the auto brakes. So auto brake, switch that off, throttle up again. Plane didn't move. I'm like, huh? Is there like a glitch in the system? Like, went full throttle. No, the engines are responding. I can hear the engines are going. What's going on? And then I switched to an external view, and the plane was sat dead center of the runway on its engines. I forgot to put the landing gear down, and because the sound had glitched, I didn't hear the alarms telling me to put the landing gear down. So I, without triggering the crash detection in the simulator, I landed on the engines and skidded to a halt. And the engines still worked. I could still ramp them up and down. And the landing was so good that it didn't trigger the crash detection in the simulator. Like, when you crash in like FSX or P3D, the simulator just stops. and you get an external view and it says, you know, crash detected. That didn't happen. So probably one of my best landings ever, and it was a crash landing in Innsbruck. So I am determined not to let that happen today. But yeah, it would have been when I lined up on final. I should have been hearing all of the alarms. I should have been hearing the ground proximity and that automated voice that says too low gear and stuff. I didn't get any of that because of the sound problem. So yeah, it was quite an amusing moment. I think everyone who was there to view it enjoyed it more than I did. But it's gone down as legend on this channel, I think. So yeah, really fun moment. Let's see, Alan, I remember now, the gear was up. Yes, it was. Yeah. So yeah. So me and Innsbruck go way back. And I was doing it in a plane that's, you know, yeah, 7.3s are probably. Did they fly to Innsbruck? Or is it only only things like an A318? Or can 7? I would imagine 7.3s could get in there. I know Dash 8's going in and out. It's like a 737, probably the biggest thing that they can put in and out of there. I mean, the big concern with taking the 7.4 into the Innsbruck Valley is its turning radius. I don't know if this thing has enough space to turn. So it might be quite... I might have to crank the plane over to about 45 degrees to get it lined up properly with the runway. Here. Just doing a search on my phone, just because it said on the chart there that you've got the church is the Axham's church is the sort of the visual point at which you begin the turn. So I'm just having a look on my phone here. Very nice church. Look at it. Axham's church in Innsbruck. Very nice looking thing. So once we kind of are line abreast with that, then that's when we begin our turn. So we're trying to keep an eye out for that. Let me just check the METAR for Innsbruck again as well. Let's see what the weather conditions. It did say no significant changes earlier, so and it looked like it was all cav okay down in Innsbruck earlier on. So winds 260 at 5 knots, so that's varying between 24 and 300. So we will be landing with a bit of a tailwind, shouldn't be too prohibitive though. Yep, conditions are cav okay. Temperature's 4, dew point is -3, QNH 1027, no significant changes. Good. Let's see. Good stuff. Flaps down, gear down, low speed for the turn maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, again, just given how quickly things happen with that turnaround for 08 at Innsbruck, yeah, you just have to get the plane configured on the downwind leg, or what's effectively the downwind leg, because if you try and roll, there's no time to roll out. Like, get yourself properly lined up with the runway, and then do your gear, and then do your flaps, and slow down, and catch the glide slope. You have to do all of the airplane configuration before you start the turn. Though then again, I think the 7.4 might actually be deceptively good at a low speed turn, because it's got big wings. I mean, we saw. I mean, we saw the takeoff at Inverness. The aircraft was very light for what it's capable of. You know, remember this thing is, you know, is a long range aircraft, so it's got huge wings which store huge amounts of fuel, and we're barely using. We're not even, I think, 20% of the fuel capacity of the aircraft. So it's got massive wings, very light. With the flaps down at full, it's got massive amounts of additional lift from the flaps. I think it'll actually be all right. I think it'll the turn performance will actually be pretty good. And if we have any troubles with speed control, we've got 4 really powerful engines, which again are designed to power this aircraft when it's fully laden with fuel. I mean, this thing is essentially a glider compared to what it usually normally flies as. So I think it'll be just fine actually for the turn. When you think about it, I'm more concerned about floating the plane down the runway. Something I've learned when I've been trying to learn to fly the 777, with particularly the 747 and the 777. When you're landing, you barely have to flare the aircraft to round out that rate of descent before touchdown, because the aircraft is so light at the end of a flight, but the wings are massive and they generate a lot of lift. If you try to flare as much as, say, an A320, then the aircraft just climbs back into the sky, because it just produces so much lift. So with the 777 and with this as well, you're not really flaring the aircraft. You're just kind of like flying it down to the runway, if that makes sense. It's a different kind of mentality towards the actual touchdown. So it's just like something to adjust to when you're flying the bigger long haul flights. So yeah. Probably too far from the top of the centre, I would have thought. I don't know where we are. Never mind. Christoph, a lot of ground effect. Yes, there would be a lot of ground effect as well. I mean, because if you imagine all of the air that's hitting the underside of the wing, you've got your wing will be relatively flat, and then you've got your flaps down at the back. So all of that air is just hitting the underside of the wing and get pushed down, and then you get this area of high pressure underneath the wing that just kind of like, it's like a cushion of air that's just trying to push it back up as well. So you're not really, what I've learned, certainly flying the 777, and I imagine it'll be similar for this, is a very, very gentle flare. It's not like flying like a GA plane. So a GA plane, you can bring it down to about 5 feet over the runway, and then you just cut the power and you just pull back, and then it finally settles. Whereas with like the likes of an A320, it's, again, I don't know if maybe it's the modelling, but I've flown the Aerosoft A320, and again, you hit about 30 feet, you get the famous retard call, so power back, and then you just like gently hold it, but you kind of continuously pulling the nose back. It's like a more gentle, but it's a sustained kind of pitch up before the plane settles. Whereas this, you kind of pitch and then hold it, and then basically fly the plane down to the runway. It's a slightly different technique, but it's all things that come with practice. Let's see, Bala, welcome. I can remember your tutorial. I helped you for the 737. Well, thank you for watching. And I'm happy that my video could help you. Yeah, it feels like ages ago I did the 737. It's funny. I was looking at some old videos last night of things that I did in my flat in London, and that was only 5 years ago. It was like 2016. I was doing some videos in my flat in London. It feels like so much has happened since those days when I was in my flat in London. It's crazy. I'm glad to be back in Inverness, so yeah, I'm grateful for the life experience I got living in London, but I'm happy to be in Inverness. Things have gone really well for me since I moved back, so yeah, very fortunate. Right, what should I have for lunch once I finish this live stream? We're going to be landing probably in about an hour's time. Well, probably just under an hour's time. Yeah, I've had some breakfast and I haven't had any lunch yet. What should I have for lunch? I've got no food in the house, so I need to go and buy some. What can I do? I've got some eggs, so I could make an omelette, but I've got nothing to put in the omelette. Oh, no, I've got an onion actually. I could cut some onions in. Onion and egg. It's not really appetizing, is it? I'm not selling myself on that. What is it? I had cereal for breakfast, so I'm not going to have cereal for lunch. So I'll order like a Domino's pizza or something for lunch. Kylie, good, because you're stuck in Inverness for another 30 years. Yes, I am, aren't I? Well, maybe not. You might move somewhere else. I can't see it happening, but yeah. 30 years of lifelong debt. Christoph. Let's see. Christoph, been moving around a lot too, being French. I was in the Midlands until 3 years ago now. South Germany, might be moving to another country in Europe soon. Why me? Takeaway is always an easy option. It is, yeah. Although, if my lady's watching, maybe go out for a late lunch, early dinner. What'd you say? Or text me. Let's see, Nando's. Yeah, Nando's is a good shout, isn't it? I'm worried though that it'll be absolutely heaving, what with Christmas up at the retail park and stuff. Let's see, out for Sunday roasts. Roast is a good shout. I'm not big on the Sunday roast when I go out. But yeah. And by the way, for anyone who didn't know, Kylie in the chat, that's my girlfriend. So everyone say hi to Kylie and definitely be nice to her. Be nice to her, otherwise I will ban you. But just to clarify, Kylie in the chat there, that's my girlfriend. Hi, love you. Let's see. Asian Black Ninja, thank you for your 737 tutorial, love it. Thank you very much for watching. I'm glad that you love the videos, and I'm glad that they can help you fly the aircraft. Yeah, Nando's is a good shout. I'm just, yeah, as it. Although, if we're if we're going about 3 or 4 o'clock, that should be before the main rush. Yeah, because what I'll need to do is I need to do some chores before the arrival later on tonight. So yeah, I'll need a bit of time to do some chores at some point this afternoon, early evening. But yeah, maybe like a late lunch, early dinner at Nando's could be a shout. Let's see. Christoph, how long do you reckon before top of descent? Let's see. Let me have a look here. I was using my DCS controls to look around there. Let's see. So 1412 Zulu until we land, as calculated. So 12, 13. Let's see, VNAV would tell me, wouldn't it? To top of descent, 13:48. So I can't do maths. 17 minutes till top of descent. 17 minutes. Christoph, she was listening, so no pizza. Yeah, maybe. But now that she's watching, I have to take her somewhere for lunch, don't I? It'd be kind of bad if I was sat here with my girlfriend watching saying, actually, no, I'm just going to get a pizza here, and she can find her own lunch. that would be bad. I'm not going to do that. We'll go somewhere for dinner, darling. Go. Oh, apparently I missed an alarm this morning at 7:30. That's nice. Right. Yeah, so now 16 minutes to the top of descent. Still cruising along nicely at 39,000 feet. Yeah. Doing good. Doing good. How many? I think we're down to 15 concurrent viewers. Thanks, YouTube. No one wants to watch my channel anymore, or my videos. Never mind. I'm gonna keep going till I hit 100,000 subscribers. I want one of those silver awards from YouTube. Maybe I need to pivot. Maybe I need to like break into DCS or something. Maybe I need to get some business sense. I need to get some business knowledge to start speaking to all of the developers and see if they'll give me early access to new planes and stuff, so I can do reviews and whatnot on them. Because that seems to be some of the more popular stuff that some of the other flight simmers are doing, is they're getting early access and doing reviews of new products. Maybe that's what I need to do rather than focus on tutorial videos. Maybe I need to pivot into racing simulator so I can do a Jimmy Broadbent and start a career as a real racing driver. I mean, to be fair, my flight simming has helped me get a pilot's license for real, so it is possible. You know, Jimmy Broadbent is just a more successful version of me. Started off on YouTube, got all these real life racing opportunities and driving opportunities, and now is a bona fide racing driver. Maybe if I start doing videos with DCS, maybe some military in the world somewhere will let me fly a fighter jet. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get onto the US, yes, the US Air Force Thunderbirds. I'm gonna do military tutorials, they're going to be picked up by the US Air Force Thunderbirds, and they're going to bring me along for a flight in one of their two-seaters, because I know they've done that for celebrities in the past. That's my goal for 2022. I'm gonna get a seat. I'm gonna get a flight in a fighter jet. There we go. There we go. New Year's resolution. Is anyone watching at the moment interested in DCS, like military aviation, and look to get tutorials for that? Because I mean, I think everyone who's watching now has been here since the start. But yeah, I'm really starting to get an interest in military aviation. So, looks like we're going to make a little turn in a moment, and we'll be making our way towards the top of the descent. Let's have a look-see. Oh, look at that, the fuel's absolutely fine. How much fuel do we have? So we're going to land with 5.4 tons. Alright, okay. Let's see, Taylor, yes please. Alrighty then. The challenge I've had with, the initial challenge I had, let's see, Christoph, I like and prefer your civil aviation. Okay. Maybe I could do both. Let's see, Christian, DCS is the big thing for me, doing a lot of formation flying. Nice, okay. I mean, that the big thing for me, let's see, depends on what you want out of it. Tutorial stuff is good for you, but it's very long term. Streams get lots of hits for the first 20 or 30 minutes, but not a lot else. Reviews, news, best short term. Yeah. That is true, isn't it? Yeah. Now I think about it. Yeah, I've kind of pinned myself into a corner for being a tutorial channel, haven't I? But yeah, I know that. Yeah, I think they call it. What's it? Tent pole programming, I think they call it, which is basically, yeah, when like a lot of YouTubers in many different genres, yeah, there's often a lot of excitement about like a big event happening in that genre. So it could be like a lot of film reviewers at the moment, for example, will be doing a lot of videos about The Matrix 4 because it's a big sequel to a big franchise. So there's a lot of excitement, there'll be a lot of interest, and people will get a lot of hits on their videos. So, you know, and if you parallel that with, say, flight simming, a lot of people will be excited about, let's say, X-Plane 12 coming out soon, or being announced. So, yeah, maybe I do need to sort of jump on that and try and figure out a way of working that in around full-time jobs and planning to move house and, you know, just enjoying real life stuff, you know, visiting family as and when I can and stuff. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure something out. But yeah, there was interest. Yeah. So I was starting to say, yeah. So with flying in military aircraft, the challenge for me was trying to recalibrate my understanding of flying. So, you know, because I'm used to flying this sort of thing, which is like slow and gentle and all the rest of it. And the only time you're actually hands-on flying is usually at low speed. Whereas with military jets, you know, those things are comfortable at 300, 400, 500 knots. So, you know, there's me trying to like take off and then settle into, you know, like 180 knot rate of climb, where it's just like, no, the thing needs to be up at 350 knots for climbing, you know. So it took a little bit of kind of relearning, kind of, and readjusting what, like how an aircraft flies. And then of course, you know, you probably know with military aviation they've got acronyms and more acronyms. And then you've got, you know, like things like an AIM 7 and an AIM 9 and an AIM 120, and like, what is the difference? And then even then you've got an AIM 9M, an AIM 9L, an AIM 9X. What is the difference? I was just like, oh. There's a lot. It's a steep learning curve, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out in time. Coet, are you doing a circle to land? Of course I am doing a circle to land. Is there any other way to land at Innsbruck? Thankfully, the weather there should be cav okay. Whether active sky makes it cav okay in the simulator, I don't know. It doesn't look very cav okay in front of the aircraft at the moment. Okay. Help me. Let's see. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so Kylie says no for race cars. Well, that will need to be a discussion. Definitely no to Formula 1. Hey! No, not going there. Not going there. I regret bringing it up. Right. Top of the descent, not too far away. Let's see here. So we've got this waypoint, and then we've got top of descent, not too far after that. So I think I'm going to be bringing it down to, I think around about, was it 10,000 feet? Still brings us over the top of the hills. Do a flight level change down to about 10,000 feet, and then I'll take it out of LNAV and VNAV. We'll work off of heading select and yeah, flight level change for altitude control, and then yeah, and then we'll just see how we go from there. Robert, considered helicopters. Not much flight simming wind beater coverage as far as I'm aware. I have considered helicopters. I do have some initial kind of planning for a helicopter series. Helicopters would be something I would be interested in doing. Might come in handy actually. What with the I know a lot of people are going to be interested in flying, certainly DCS, the Apache that's just been released. I do have the Huey in DCS. Again, I don't have much theoretical knowledge of helicopters, so I would want to learn some of the theory about helicopters before doing videos on it. But yeah, I can imagine quite a lot of people want to fly helicopters in DCS. So yeah, I need more knowledge before I can do videos on helicopters. HK Flight Simulations. Hey Doof, do you remember me? Of course I do, HK. How you doing? Good to see you back in the chat. And thank you very much for liking the stream. I appreciate that. How you getting on, buddy? It's been a while, hasn't it? Definitely remember you. Yeah, no, I definitely see a lot of familiar names in the chat, so I'm glad you're here. Right, naturally we're going to go flaps 30 for the landing. Barometric pressure, let's see, we had 1027, so I'm just going to pre-select it here. So as you can see here, we've come down to the primary flight display, so we've pre-selected 1027. When I hit the standard button, rather than jumping back to what I had set previously, it will jump to local setting 1027, so that's why that's there. Let's have a look here. CDU nav radio page, I've already selected the Rattenberg NDV there. I wonder if not picking that up yet. I should pick it up on the ND soon. Once we start descent as well, I will also enable the terrain radar, because, you know, terrain, Innsbruck, you know, mountains, valleys, whole shebang. An auto brake selector. I'll go for 3 initially. The plane's going to be very light. We'll try and employ some reverse thrust, and I'll have manual braking available to get some maximum braking performance if needed. Let's see, HK, where's the 777? Went to the multiverse somewhere midway of flights. Yeah, so I mentioned this earlier on in the stream. Yeah, I did record a descent, approach, and landing. However, the video wasn't quite at the standard that I wanted it to be. So I'm going to have to re-record it because I missed a few beats along the way, and then I messed up some of the procedures after the landing because I was trying to. So basically, what I did for the first half of the flight was I recorded from cold and dark all the way through to takeoff, all the way through to the cruise, in like 1 day. That was 1 day's worth of recording, and then from there I've then gone and edited the videos, you know, when I can, when I have free time. What I wanted to do was I wanted to do something similar for the landing, so I would do the cruise into the descent, into the approach, into the landing, into the cleanup, into the parking, shut down, into the power off. I wanted to do all of that recording over 1 day, and then I've got all the footage there to then edit afterwards. There was some. They were just. I think I missed things during the recording, and then I was kind of like, I was explaining something, and then I went, "Oh, I forgot to mention that," which would have been important to say at the start of explaining that thing. So it was disjointed. So I wanna sit down, plan it all out properly, script it all out. So I've got notes to refer to as I'm recording, and then do it again and do it well, do it properly. Let's see. Robert, for an excellent basic crash course in how the helicopters work, learn about Channel Smart every day. How the helicopters work. Yes, I've seen a few videos by Destin. Yeah, I'm subscribed to his channel. I absolutely love his work, and I've seen a couple of the videos I think you're talking about there. So yeah, I'll definitely go back and watch those. Whoops. Top of the Zen, reset MCP. Push. Okay, engines are coming back. VNAV speed is active. Throttle mode is active. Do that over there. Let's see, HK, what Spider-Man No Way Home was cool. Ah, good. Excellent. Not sure if I'll go and see Spider-Man. I'm considering going and watching The Matrix in theatre. I'm interested to see what the new Matrix is like. Don't worry, Kylie, by myself. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the new Matrix brings. I think the general consensus is positive, and I don't want to look at too many like reviews and reactions in case of spoilers. But I think the general consensus for the Matrix is generally positive. So I'm considering maybe going to the movies myself to watch it. Let's see, HK. Oh no, did I save the flight? I didn't save the flights, but I have a little trade secret that I'll let you in on. So you know when I was flying to Las Vegas, what I did is, when I'm going to record the second half of the flight, I'm going to actually take off from Denver and follow the same route as sort of the last bits to Las Vegas and do the approach. So it looks like all of the waypoints that I planned in the first half of the flight are still the same, but I'm actually taking off from Denver I'm flying to Las Vegas. Shh, trade secret. Don't tell anyone. Let's see. Christoph, TOD, a miss. Yeah, I think I just about missed it, but I wasn't. I don't know if I caught it or not. It looks like. I mean, yeah, I'm on my descent profile there. Speed control is good. Descending at a nominal rate. Engine controls are fine, so I think we're okay there. HK and Matrix, everything after the first movie was just love triangle. Let's hope this one's a thriller. Warner Brothers never give any away spoilers. Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement. Like, the first film, sublime. The first Matrix was amazing. Number 2, number 3, I don't really care for that much. But because it's a kind of a series that I grew up, like it's a franchise I grew up with, I wanna I'll kind of want to see what the next element of the story is, because it's a one of the few like movie franchises that interests me. So yeah, Kylie, I was going to say you're going to see that on your own. Yeah, don't worry, I know. That was fully expected. HK, nice flight tactic making those never happen. Yes, exactly. So that's the terrain radar on now, just so we can keep an eye on where we are. Let's see, flight with realism. Is this FSX or P3D? Yep, as HK said, P3D. Yeah. So this is P3D version 4, not version 5. I didn't think it was worth buying into the new one. I'm more than happy to wait for a P3D version 6 if there's one released. I just didn't want to spend the money for the latest version. HK, I love the scene where his glasses with the Rage Against machine music. Yeah, the ending to the first movie was, fantastic. And like the first movie was brilliant. But the others not so much, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not sure about the film as well, because like the trailers as well, there was a lot of in the couple of trailers that have been released for the new one, there was a lot of like harkening back to the past, and there was like a lot of things that were obviously trying to get all of the previous fans of the series excited. There's like a lot of parallels to the previous movies. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm concerned, but as I said, a lot of the initial reviews seem to be quite positive for it. So, or the general consensus and sentiment is positive. So, fingers crossed, it'll turn out to be a good film. Although I thought that about another series that I really enjoy, the Bad Boys films. And the new Bad Boys, I don't know what it was, just didn't quite do it for me. It just, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like any sequel to an outstanding initial film is always going to struggle. Like, you look at the Lord of the Rings trilogy, amazing. The Hobbit trilogy, is anyone really bothered? Bad Boys 1, amazing. Bad Boys 2, yeah, that was pretty good. Bad Boys, for life, I wasn't feeling it. The Matrix 1, amazing. Number 2, number 3, yeah. Let's see, HK, Warner Brother movies are classic. Marvel movies aren't even close. Well, enough Spider-Man movies, to be honest. The others were okay, not good, classic. Is this the Rattenberg arrival? Yes, this will be a Rattenberg arrival. Circle to land. Haven't watched Bad Boys properly. Yeah, I mean, like, kind of, it was a thing. The only sequel that hasn't struggled, the Avengers. To be fair, yeah, the Avengers have done quite well. Does anyone watch the Fast and the Furious? I know people joke about those films a lot. I think I've watched number 1 and number 2. I can't think of anything beyond the first 2 films. I beg your pardon. Fuel quantity though. Shut up. No, it's not. Oh, fuel quantity is low. Okay, so I don't know if we've got enough fuel for an alternate, so we're gonna have to land. Although thankfully, as predicted, or as the weather forecast suggested, Cav okay. This is gonna make landing down in Innsbruck a bit easier. Or are we? Where's Innsbruck? I think it's down there. I think it's hiding just behind that peak. Where is it? I don't know. So I'm going to come into heading select mode. Okay. Let's see. HK 137 are the best. The others stupid. Okay. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of jokes about, you know. Oh, has anyone seen the Fast and Furious 324? But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when the first Fast and Furious came out, you know, I think it was a thing for people my age, like kind of the car culture and the car modding culture was a proper thing, you know, because I think at that time as well, you also had like Need for Speed Underground and then Need for Speed Underground 2, which like were very close, well, not related to the movies, but like, you know, the same idea as the movies. And I remember, yeah, when I was a young teenager, like I used to just play those games relentlessly. So, yeah, it was a thing back in the what have been the early 2000s. Right. Oh, there's another series. Just thought of another series that's kind of the same. Jurassic Park. Like the first Jurassic Park movie, incredible. Everything since then, not too fussed about. And the reason I was thinking of Jurassic Park was that famous line where the guy says, yeah, it was Samuel L. Jackson, wasn't it? It says, "Hold on to your butts," because that would be the captain's announcement I would make right now. Hold on to your butts. Take speed here as well. So I'm going to start flying this kind of semi-automatically here. So I'm using the autopilot, but I'm defining what the autopilot is going to fly to. So we've got the Rattenberg NDB out here. So I'm going to start taking this away from the planned flight path, as you can see. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about that. So, yeah, I'm just going to take us to the left to give us a bit of space to turn around to the right. I'm also going to... Sorry, I put my false teeth back in because I'm getting old. It will also give me a good indication of the turn performance of the aircraft, although it is still relatively clean at the moment. So the other thing that will also help as well is if we slow down. If we get to slowing down, then that'll help as well. Come into flight level change mode as well. So the idea is to level off at 10,000 feet just as we hit Rattenberg, and then what I'll do is I'll come down to about flaps, let's say about flaps 5, maybe flaps 10, because then as we descend down into the Innsbruck Valley, having that much drag out should help control the speed as we descend lower down for our arrival. Approach briefing. As Samuel L. Jackson said, hold on to your butts. That's the approach briefing. As I said, I'm not doing this as a serious flight. I'm not a commercial pilot, so I'm not too fussed about doing formal briefings and whatnot. Let's have a look here. Let's see, Taylor, do you know what the green arc is? Yes, so the green arc is the point at which you will reach your altitude there, so we're not going to be down at 10,000 feet, so maybe we'll have to go past Rattenberg a little bit. Yeah, so the green arc basically represents where you're going to level off. So at the moment I've got 10,000 feet selected. We're descending down through 17,000 at the moment, and the green arc says that at this point this is where we're going to level off. So you can see it's actually a little bit past Rattenberg where we want to be, which is not ideal. We'll get the seatbelt signs on early as well. Let's see, HK had to charge up. Would you mind repeating? I think the only thing I said that you might have missed was Jurassic Park was another series, which yeah, had a fantastic initial film, and then the rest in the series I've not been too bothered about. Same goes with Terminator, X-Men, second Batman movies. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, but yeah. Outside view. Oh, there's not really much. Let's do it. It's just the PMDG default. Yeah, I don't have a fancy livery or anything for myself, so. So just bring the speed down to 220 knots. This is the speed at which we can start extending the flaps. Okay, so we're now passing the, almost said Battenberg, the Rattenberg. ADB is off our right hand side, so we're going to have to do a 180 turn round to the right. Let's see, HK, any plans after PPL? Not really, just developing my skills, keeping myself current on the aircraft. You know, if I was to win the lottery, I'd love to do some aerobatic training and get an aerobatic aircraft. As I said, that's like a lottery win fantasy thing. Yeah, no, I just want to fly a bit more about the UK. I've only been flying around Inverness and the Highlands. I haven't really travelled far, so. Yeah, I just want to get some more general flight experience, really, just get my hours out. No plans to become a commercial pilot or anything, so yeah. Let's see, HK in high school exams for the second terms. So 3.6. Oh, congrats. How did you do in the exams? How were your results? Alright, gonna start bringing it round. Back to the Rattenberg. Also gonna go stage 1 on flaps there as well. So turn performance looks good. Let's see. Why am I not using reshades on new textures? I've tried using them in X-Plane and I've had some trouble with it crashing the sim, so I'm not too fussed about using reshade or anything like that. GHL, welcome. 10,000 feet RTD will present you some problems, possibly chart say 13. Okay. I mean, I'm not strictly adhering to things, so I'm not too concerned about following things to the absolute letter. This is more just a bit of fun, a bit of a laugh, and trying my skills and seeing what happens. Okay, so we are now just about to start the descent. Let's see, flight with realism, reshade, add realism. I think you need to use. Okay, I'll look at it and see. I've not used it with P3D before, so. Starting to get a bit of wind and turbulence off those hills now. Let's see, GHL, most of my flights are a bit of a laugh. Yeah, I mean, as I said, this isn't always a Christmas special. I have done live streams in the past which are a bit more formal, a bit more proper and correct. But this is just being a bit silly. Let's see, GHL Fugelsim did an excellent tutorial as approaching PMDG 737. Yes! Well, I think one of the tutorial documents that comes with the aircraft, I think it is a flight to Innsbruck. I could be mistaken, but not this aircraft, sorry, the 737. Or no, the 737 tutorial document was for Amsterdam, wasn't it? Okay, it was Cavrol K. Now it's looking a bit not Cavrol K down there. Okay, so is that the so we've got the Innsbruck NDB now. It's about 15 or just over 15 miles out. Once we level off, go down to flaps 5 here. Start getting the speed and the aircraft config nice and early, so we don't have to worry about it. GHL did get 2 hours in 747 full motion at Kierdav Aviation in Cardiff just before COVID started. It cost me really interesting. I can imagine so. That must have been an incredible experience. Daniel, do 747s land at Innsbruck in real life? I know nothing. No, they don't. Innsbruck, as you can see, is a very mountainous area. Actually, probably quite dangerous for aircraft, which aren't designed to operate in these this environment. So no, 747s definitely do not fly to Innsbruck in real life. But this is a bit of a meme flight, if anyone is wondering. Yeah, this is not meant to be a serious flight or a serious re-simulation at all. On my channel, I like flying to Innsbruck is a thing I do at Christmas, just as a little Christmas special with my subscribers and that. So as you can see, this aircraft is definitely not designed to fly in this environment. So. Plus, this is just a personal challenge. Hiya, Jaden, how's it going? Sorry for leaving. Nah, it's no problem at all. I had math tuition. Ooh. Got to love the maths. It is a good subject to have knowledge of, though, maths. I wish I knew more about maths than I do now. I didn't appreciate how valuable maths would be in school. Let's see, Christoph, now let's play Spot the Church. Yeah, definitely. Daniel, Innsbruck is a beautiful location. Definitely be taking the A380 there if we release it. Yeah, definitely. So that's the runway just down there. However, we're going to be going over to the left side of the valley, doing the U-turn and landing in the opposite direction. So we'll see. GCL, good luck. Really looking forward to turn on to finals. Really get it right in 737. I really get it right in any aircraft, so this should be fun. Go down another stage of flaps there. Again, just getting the flaps out nice and early. Just getting the airplane configured super early. When we hit downwind, we'll be looking at getting the landing gear down. We'll go flaps 30 because, you know, big plane, relatively small, well, smaller runway. And then at some point during the downwind leg as well, I will take full manual control of both aircrafts and throttles. Saying that, my joystick isn't in the right position. Come over here. Imagine that. You're in a commercial flight coming into land at a dangerous airport, and you've got the captains going, "Oh fuck, my side stick isn't in the right place." Oops. Okay. So runway is just down there. I might like this. I was supposed to runway 27 because opposed to 24. Okay. I shall have to have a look at the EHAM charts and bits and pieces. Flaps 20.
Caution, terrain.
You think?
Caution, terrain.
Landing gear down.
Caution, terrain. Caution, terrain.
Thankfully it's cavalcade today. Right. Speed brake armed.
Caution, terrain.
And then lights. Okay, landing gear down, green light. Let's see, Alzan finally go butter this joint smoothly. That's the plan. There should be now where's my right, I'm flying. Flaps down to 30. Okay, auto brakes set. Speed brake is armed. Gear down, 3 green lights, flaps 30. And no visual of the church just yet, I don't think. Okay, let's go with that. Alrighty, here we go. I think I've missed the church already, but I need a bit more space to turn. Flaps are down at 30 already.
Caution, terrain, terrain, terrain. Pull up.
No, I know, I'm not turning that way.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Caution, terrain. 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 Terrain, terrain. Pull up. 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 Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
It's fine.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Caution, terrain.
I probably should have disabled that on
Caution,
the way down, shouldn't I?
terrain.
Approaching.
Terrain, terrain.
0,
Pull up.
8.
Terrain,
Speed.
terrain.
Speed
Pull
came down.
up. Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Terrain, terrain. Pull up.
Yeah,
Terrain,
definitely should have
terrain.
disabled that,
Pull
shouldn't I?
up. Terrain, terrain. Pull 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 up.
Okay, I'm in the tall plains, so the
Terrain,
poppies aren't
terrain.
really a
Pull
good
up.
indicator of what's going on.
Terrain, terrain. Pull up. Terrain, terrain.
No,
Pull up.
stutter. What? What? What happened there? You were kidding me, right? What did I hit? Show me what I hit. What? Man. Oh, come on. No. And of course it goes back to the default thing. What on earth happened there? I'm sorry. I think we were all robbed of what was shaping up to be a half decent landing there. A new tree had grown since I last said. Ah, gotcha, right. It wasn't no-timed though. They didn't put it on the no-times. Can't you replay? Not easily, no. Scenery issue, possibly. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was shaping up to be a decent landing there. That's why you can't rely on the Pappies and the Jumbo. Yeah. I tried to recapture them thinking I was in a smaller aircraft, and then I realised, oh no, actually no, I'm in a 747. Speed was too low. Yeah, it was. I know the speed was under. I am so sorry, people. Nuts. That's disappointing. I feel really bad, because you're all watching, waiting for that to happen, and the sim crashed. Nope. I'm really sorry, people. I'm really sorry. Nuts. But I just updated the Innsbruck scenery last night because I did a test flight around Innsbruck yesterday, just to make sure I had the scenery installed for it, and it was, but like there was no runway markings, so I went onto the Orbix thing, did the update, and then it was fine after that. So the scenery should be okay. Nuts. For what's worth, I think you nailed it. Very well done. It's been subscribed to your channel for some time now. Wish you well, PPL. Remember one thing on the go, good weather. Yeah, thank you very much, GHL. ProFS, do some patterns in 7.4. Still the best flight sim channel. Thank you very much, Daniel. Let's see, Robin Hood, Bug Authority about to nail a good landing. Yeah, it felt good as well. The only thing I can think of is maybe there's like some power lines that go across the end of the runway there. But I don't think I wasn't desperately low at that point. I was what, 3 red and 1 white? Let's see, Christoph, last time I was without the landing gears in 7.3. Yeah, me and Innsbruck, we just seemed to have a go at it. Right, so what we can do to make it up is, I don't want to just end the stream there, but as I've been saying during the live stream, I have been doing a bit of flying in DCS. Do you want to see me doing a little bit of air-to-air stuff in DCS before we finish up today? Or do you want me to like just fly this F-22 around Innsbruck? Let's see, Travis, definitely robbed of a good landing. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel bad because it's frustrating when something like that happens in the simulator when I'm just playing in my own time. But, like, you were all robbed of watching me either make a good landing or not. And, yeah, it's just like, I just feel bad for everyone watching because, you know, I know quite a few people have been there, you know, been watching the whole live stream. To see that landing happen, and it didn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a pain. Yeah, go on, DCS, Devil, DCS. Okay, right. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just do a bit of jiggery pokery here. So the screen's going to go blank. I'm still here, not to worry. Let's see if I do that. So I'm still here. Don't go anywhere. I just don't want you all seeing all the secret files and the top secret stuff that I have on my computer. So if I... So I'm just getting DCS loaded up just now. We will try it again at some point. We will definitely come back to Innsbruck because I think when I crash landed the 737, I think I came back after the new year after I'd learned a bit more about the aircraft and came and landed properly. So I'll maybe do the same thing in the new year. I'll come back in the 7.4 and have a go at it. Christoph, going to leave you, unfortunately. Have a good day. Enjoy the lunch. Yeah, take care. Thank you very much, Christoph, and thank you for being in the live stream for as long as you have. Thank you for coming along, and we will see you next time. Right. I think I could now do this. There we go. Right. Well, actually, if I do that. Yeah, cool. Okay. Oops, never mind, I had to steal it, didn't I? Okay, let's do a mission. So one of my favourite missions that I've been doing recently is... is it this one? 3 manoeuvring SC-25s. Is it that one or is it a different one? Right, we'll start off with an easy one first of all, just so I can kind of show you and explain try to explain what's going on. If I go air-to-air guns and sidewinder, Yeah, let's do that. So we'll go against some relatively simple aircraft to fly against. Let's see, Robin Hood, going to XP72's channel, same thing happened a few times he's streaming. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's... Yeah. As I said, I wanted to do the live stream in the new Microsoft Flight Sim, but I loaded it up yesterday and it was asking for a 100 GB update, and it's just like come on. I've got a decent internet connection. It's not incredible, but I've got a good internet connection. But even then, it's going to take forever to download. It's just like I can't be doing games with 100 GB updates. Jaden, what license did I buy for P3D? I bought the I think it's a professional one, the £200 one. Let's see, Christian. I've got the L39. Yes, I do. Yeah, I got that as my my training aircraft. So we'll do some dogfights against some Su-25s, which are basically the Russian equivalent of the A-10 Warthogs. So they're sort of predominantly an air to ground, quite slow, although probably quite manoeuvrable when flown properly. But we're in an F-18. We're gonna prosecute the target and see what happens here. So, do you want me to go with guns or missiles? I'll let you guys vote. Should we take these guys down with guns or missiles? And one thing I will warn you as well is that the view might look like it kind of jitters about. Basically, I don't have any sort of head tracking software or any sort of VR. So what I do to change my view is use the hat switch on my joystick here. So if the view looks like it's kind of flicking back and forth, I do apologise. That's the only way I can kind of keep situational awareness about with what's going on. If it's too jarring or anything, please let me know in the chat and I'll stop straight away. Travis, I'm out. Merry Christmas, Doof. Thanks for joining us. No worries, Travis. Thank you very much for coming along. It's good to see you again. And yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. And we'll see you hopefully in the new year sometime. Let's see, GHL. What is your opinion on what's the best sim right now? Microsoft Flight Sim or X-Plane? Have to upgrade your PC, so I'm wondering which is best. Visually, probably Microsoft Flight Sim is the better one. However, I'm not convinced on the flight model in the new Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm not convinced that it's an accurate representation of real flying. Like, for example, the turbulence feels like the plane just bobbles randomly. It doesn't feel like it's an actual gust of wind which is, you know, upsetting the balance of the plane at all. But certainly, like, visually, I mean, yeah, probably Microsoft Flight Sim is really good still. If you want a more realistic handling and a more realistic flight model, I would go with X-Plane. It's always been the case. Microsoft Flight Sim always has been appealed more to the masses, whereas X-Plane has appealed more to the sort of absolute die-hard Flight Sim fans. Yeah, so it's a tricky one, but I think Microsoft Flight Sim I'd probably lean towards at the moment over X-Plane, unless you're a die-hard flight simmer who is going to be buying add-on aircraft and add-on tools like weather engines and stuff. Then probably X-Plane would be better for you. ProFS guns, both guns. Okay, we'll go. I might go missiles for the first one just to get rid of him, and then it makes it a bit of a fairer fight 2-on-1. Right, so let's go aim 9. We'll go up on the radar for search. Inlar shoots. And then we'll go to the right for guns, I think it is. So splash 1. And then those down for guns, there we go. And then we'll press up on the radar. And then we'll close the distance. So we're 4,000 feet away from the sky at the moment. Keep an eye on you, where are you going? No, actually, I feel like taking you on. So aim of the game is to basically get behind your target. With a gun you want to get close behind your target. The other one is crossing there, so he might be trying to get around behind me. Or is he just... no, he's still flying away from me at the moment. Let's see, so if I pick up and designate that target. I just need to close the distance on these guys at the moment. Alright, we'll go for this one. So we're 3,000 feet. If you look towards the sort of the right side of the HUD, you can see the foot number there. Okay, so he's crossing in front of me. And he is a goner. Right, the other one's over there. So slow right down. Because I don't want to overshoot this guy. I want to stay behind him where possible. So we're kind of in a scissor setup here. So you see how we're turning back and forth. Reset review there. So all of like the changing of weapons I'm doing from my HOTAS. So I'm quite fortunate to have a decent kind of HOTAS setup here, and all of the things. So I can like change weapons. So if I go to a missile, I can then shoot him there. I can use the radar here, and I can select different ways of kind of basically different air-to-air radar modes. So I can choose different ways to kind of look for a target essentially. So if I put him in between the two dashed lines, so basically when in this radar mode, the radar is kind of scanning up and down between the two dashed lines there. If I go forward, it's kind of within that dash circle. So what I want to do is put the target within that dash circle. The small solid circle is basically the best way to think of it is the eyeball of the missile. So the missiles have like a little sensor in the front of them which can kind of move about and look around, as I said, much like an eyeball. And so the solid circle there basically represents where the eyeball is looking. When you hear the tone, that represents that it can kind of see the target, and you know, it's kind of tracking the target as well. What you want to do is put the target into the bigger circle, and then that kind of puts you into the right position for releasing a missile, for it to give it the best chance to launch and reach its target. Of course, you also have a very handy shoot cue there, which also helps. Switch back to guns here. Looks like this guy's giving up the fight. He's just flying straight at levels, so we'll just line up behind him, put my little pipper on him, and fire. Oh, did I hit a bit of debris there? I think I might have hit a bit of debris after shooting him. But yeah, so that's 3 relatively easy aircraft to go after. One of the other missions I like doing is going after 4. So I'll wait for him to drop down, and then we'll maybe look at actually I'll take that out of ATA mode, save the weapons, and then we'll look at yeah, doing another mission. Close that. Let's see. So this is the one that I really enjoy doing. So 4 MiG-29s. This is often quite a challenge because you've got, well, 4 is 1v4, and yeah, I think the difficulty of this one's a little bit higher as well. So let's see. Let's see. SKSN, if you want to fly G8 low and slow, go with FS. Airline is X-plane. Yeah, that's that's some good advice as well, I would say. Right. How was everyone with the camera movement there? Was that okay, or was it a bit too like jarring and a bit difficult to watch? As I said, unfortunately I don't have any head tracking software, so the only way I can look around the plane is by using the hat switch. So for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my missiles, and I'm going to try and just pick these guys off as quickly as possible, because these guys are certainly a lot more difficult to fly against, and these guys will try and get behind me and shoot me down, which happens quite frequently. So yeah, yeah, so I'm going to try and shoot these guys down as quickly as possible. So what I'm going to do is basically lock a target, fire a missile, unlock the target, try and lock a different target, fire the missile, unlock it, and try and do that as quickly as possible. And then unfortunately I can't really give any information about or I can't kind of explain things like geometry through dogfighting, basically because I don't understand it myself. Because so there's things like there's like a 1 circle and a 2 circle fights. There's times when you want your best rate of turn, and then there's times when you want your best radius. I don't understand all of that myself. Hopefully I'll learn it one day, and hopefully I'll do some tutorials. But this is just a bit of fun, just to hopefully make up for the end of the previous video. Anyway, right, let's continue. So, select my AIM-9 missiles, forward looking, shoots, and designate, forward looking, wait for the tone, shoots, and designates, and designate, forward looking, shoots. So he survived, and this one up to the top right survived, so go after this guy. I'll start turning and going south as well, or going down, because that keeps my speed up. So something I've learned about dogfighting is it's all about energy. Like, can you keep your airspeed? Can you keep can you keep your airspeed and things? So at the moment, us two, we're basically just flying in a circle around each other. Me and this guy. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fly at the optimal airspeed to turn faster than he is. So you can see he's starting to pop his flares out now. So he's trying to basically stop my missiles from locking onto him. So I'm going to pull a little bit tighter to try and bring him in front of me. You can see I'm starting to stall there. So it needs add a bit more power in, and you can see that he's starting to get away from me a bit there. So I'm gonna dive down, try and get some speed, try and turn a bit tighter than he is. I think this is just the one left. So I've got some good speed now. So he's going up and over the top. Gonna pull harder as I slow down. Shoots. And we got him. Nice. I think if I check behind me. No, there is one there. Okay, great. So now I'm on the defensive here. So this is me looking over my right hand shoulder. So I'm going to try and reverse here. I'm trying to slow right down as well. Do the old Top Gun Maverick thing. Slow right down and fly past me. That's the idea. So I'm looking over my left shoulder. Oh, and he's right there. Can you see him right there? Oh, and he's got me. Fair play. I lost sight of him, and that proved to be my downfall. And down to an unceremonious end. There we go. So GHL, how does it work in DCS? Can you do solo flights against other aircraft? Or, oops, let me just quit out of that there because I think my stream's stuttering a bit there. How does it work in DCS? Can you do solo flights against other aircraft or ground targets, or you must be with others? No, so you can play against the AI. You can actually download DCS for free, and you get 2 free aircraft. One is the Su-27, which is the aircraft that we were flying against in the previous mission. And you can also get a P-51 for free in the simulator as well. Much like other flight sims, you can download DCS does not model the entire world, so it models probably about a 500 by 500 kilometer section of the world, and you could download different sections. So the one that you get as default is basically in Georgia, so the eastern kind of European region. You can also download a map for like Nevada and like the kind of Las Vegas area. I think there's a few others. You can get Dubai and sort of the Gulf, kind of that area around Dubai and that area of the Persian Gulf as well. And you also, and like other flight sims, you can also purchase add-on aircraft as well, which provide a lot more detail and functionality over the two default, or the two ones that you get for free. But if you want to have a go at this, you can absolutely download it, the simulator framework for free. You can get it on Steam or directly from the company that developed this is called Eagle Dynamics. So you can either go to their website and download it there, or you can go onto Steam and download it through Steam. And yeah, let's see. The majority of the missions that are available are kind of you versus AI. You do get training missions as well, so it does teach you how to use various weapon systems and that. All of the aircraft that you download also come with like really comprehensive manuals, so it takes a bit of learning to get the hang of it, but just learn like one chapter, one paragraph per night, and it all eventually starts to build up and come together. And then you can become a killing machine. GHL is exactly what I'm doing now. Yeah, so that was just me versus 4 AI basically, and the AI can be like changed as well. So sometimes you have like dumb AI, which is just that it's not really good at dogfighting. Other times you get AI which is good at dogfighting. So there is like a difficulty curve as well that you can change. Let's see, Christian, carrier landing? I don't think so. I think I'm going to be wrapping up the stream soon because I've got some chores that I need to do, and I'm going to be going for dinner with my girlfriend soon, I would think. Let's see, Steve, don't apologise. This is expected in the flight in 2020. Yeah, I feel bad about it because everyone was looking forward to it, not just me, like everyone watching, and the simulator detected some sort of a crash somewhere, so I feel bad for that. Jaden, why does it stutter in my computer? I think DCS is a bit more resource intensive, so I think trying to run DCS and trying to run my live streaming software at the same time, the computer stutters a bit when that happens, so I might have to figure out some different settings for like streaming DCS. And yes, as ProFS has said as well, yes. So all of the aircraft that you can download for DCS, you can get a free 2-week trial for them as well. So if you see an aircraft that you like the look of, that you want to have a go at, you can download it and trial it for 2 weeks for free as well. So that's a really good thing actually that Eagle Dynamics are promoting, because then if you then want to continue flying it, you've got a little bit of experience with it, and then you can then go and buy it. So yeah. Anyway, does anyone want to see one more mission, or should we wrap it up there? I'm just thinking of maybe doing a 1v1 mission, but I might wrap it up there because again I'm not sure how well the simulator likes trying to stream and play DCS at the same time. But actually, I'll show you some of the things. So you've got an instant action where, does that just throw you into something? No. So basically you got instant action. So you've got like these quick missions basically, and you can see that they're already, like, all of these are pre-built. I haven't made any of these. All of these come. So I've purchased the A10. I've purchased the F-16. The F-18 is what I'm trying to learn just now. The L-37 I've purchased. Su-25. So this is one of the ones that comes with the simulator by default. It's got all these instant missions. Sorry, you've got the P-51 there as well, and then you've got I've got the Huey helicopter there as well. That's also a mod that I've purchased. And I've got 3 maps here. And you can see that all of these, maybe not all of these, but yeah, so they've got missions for every map as well. And this is just like the instant action, so you can create your own mission. It's got, each aircraft has kind of dedicated missions, so these are a bit more detailed, a bit more in depth. Like, you know, you start here, fly here, attack that target, fly home, sort of thing. And again, they've got plenty of missions for every aircraft. Apparently not for Viper. But even then, it's a bit of a cop out with DLC and stuff. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these aircraft as well have like mission packs that you can purchase as well as DLC. So like, you know, the F-16 I would imagine would have like a campaign or a collection of missions, which kind of follows like a kind of a story element as well. So you've got that as well. Of course, there's multiplayer, so this will throw up a whole bunch of servers. So like any game, you know, it's got multiplayer components as well, where you can dogfight against other real people. You've got your logbook, which kind of just records your various flights and whatnot. Encyclopedia. So this will kind of tell you all about the different aircraft, statistics, but also helicopters, boats, tanks, things that you might end up attacking. No, so you might end up dropping bombs and these sort of things. And then yeah, you've got training missions as well here. So this takes you through all of the systems, and again, every aircraft has training missions. So that's the default plane. That's the default plane. So yeah, so it's fairly comprehensive. And then if that's not enough, you've got mission editor and campaign builder. So you can then go in. Like, so this is the Georgia map. And you can see it's quite big. So I think it's like normally about, I think, 500 by 500 kilometers. But you can then go in and drag a plane. It's going to start here, fly to here, fly there, fly there, fly there, land over there, sort of thing. And then you can then, it's so complex, but you can then build your own missions, design them, play them, and then you've got your campaigns, which are a series of missions all together. So yeah, it's quite a comprehensive thing. Anyway, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream there, because I think it's just about coming to a natural conclusion. I'll just check if anyone's got any last comments or questions, please do ask away. I'll just catch up just now. Let's see, GHL, thanks for your time. Learned a lot, had to job well a couple of hours. Hope you have a nice lunch. Regards, Gareth. Thank you very much, Gareth. Thank you very much for sticking around and being active in chat, and we'll hopefully see you around next time. Jaden, can't believe P3D has a sub. Yes, it does. Try a bombing one if it's easy for you. I don't know. My air to ground work is not too good at the moment. I could maybe try it in the A10. I can't remember the different. I'll maybe try it in the A10. I'll have a quick go with it. Let's see, Alan. Great stream, Joss. Landing looked like it would have been better. Next time, enjoy your lunch. Have a good Christmas. You too, Alan. Thank you very much to you. Merry Christmas, and yeah. Let me just see if I can do a A10. I'll see if I can remember how to do this. Because I've been studying the systems for the F-18, and the A10's like completely different. There's like common elements, but it feels completely different. So I'll see if I can do this. Hopefully the stream doesn't stutter too much. Yeah, I think DCS does like to use a lot of RAM, so if you're trying to live stream and do DCS at the same time, it might struggle, or you might need to adjust your streaming settings or adjust something in DCS to make it all work together happily. Waypoint 1, a small mountain called the Whale, just west of Small Hill, between the Whale Hill, groups of targets, ABCs. Green smoke, tanks are red smoke, self-propelled is blue smoke.
Contact armored target close spot, 1-2.
Alright, let's see.
Ahead of you, waypoint 1 is a small mountain called the Whale. Just to the west is a small hill. Between the whale and the hill are 3 groups of target vehicles. APCs are marked with green smoke, tanks are marked with red smoke, and self-propelled artillery is marked with blue smoke. Use this mission to practice weapon use against various target types. Target groups are now marked with smoke.
Alright, let's see if I can do this. Okay. Okay, that seems to be locking onto something, so... Nope, that's the gun. Gosh, I can't remember. So there's like all sorts of like whole task controls for locking target and adjusting your Well, so if you're looking at the lower left screen there, you can see I've managed to lock onto a target on the ground. I just can't figure out how to. If we go into ground, no, that's going to confuse me a bit. So I've got a missile locking onto a target down there. I just can't remember how to let it go. But if I I can't remember how to. I can't remember some of the systems in the A10. I'll get my gun from again. Let's see. Oops. I have a wingman there. Didn't realise. Let's have a look here. Danny Shaw, welcome. Hello from sunny Israel. Ah, nice. Enjoy your FSX tutorial, thanks. No problem at all, Danny. Thank you very much for coming along. Let's see. Jaden, a great stream. Atlanta was a disaster. Stream was marvellous. It's okay if you can have a day time. Yeah, that's true, yeah. Not to worry. No biggie. I can never remember. I don't get my gun. Swap. There we go. There's it. CCIP. Okay. So I might be able to do a gun run here for someone. If anyone's still watching. Yeah, there we go. So we'll do the good old. Give it some Brit. Zoom in a bit here. Oop, come on. Yeah, hit something.
Pull up, pull up.
No, I'd rather not.
Altitude,
there we go.
altitude.
There you go. Who doesn't love a bit of Brit? Pro FS trying to fire a Mav. Yeah, I have done it before. I just can't. I'm just faffing about with the whole task controls. I'm used to F18 whole task controls at the moment. I was faffing about with trying to get. I mean, the Mav locked on, but yeah, me and my bad memory. I'm going to get the gun on some more targets, maybe.
Pull up. Pull up.
There we go. That's a good run.
Altitude. Altitude.
So there you go. So that's an idea of some air-to-ground work. But yeah, I did spend a bit of time learning this aircraft, but I've completely forgotten all of it. I think it's kind of it's definitely one of those things you use it or lose it. But yeah, but there you go. So that's the E10 in DCS, and yeah, definitely a sim worth looking at, even if it's just to play for the play with the free aircraft, to kind of get a sense of the simulator itself. I think my live stream was stuttering there because my sim and my streaming software don't like each other at the moment. But yeah, anyway, I think with that I'm going to start wrapping things up. So if anyone's got any last comments or questions, please do ask away. Failing that, I will finish up with the stream there and go and get something to eat because I'm getting hungry. So I'll just wait a few seconds here, just see if any more comments come through on the chat. If not, we'll leave it there. Yeah, very inspirational music with DCS as well. Never actually had a look at the campaign builder. I'd love to learn the mission editor in more detail as well. I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's see, Jaden, goodbye sir, see you next time. No worries Jaden, thank you very much for coming along. We'll see you next time. Right, I'm not seeing any other comments coming through there, so I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream there. So didn't quite go as planned, but we had a very interesting takeoff from Inverness, that's for sure. Managed a maximum performance takeoff from Inverness in the 7-4. Yeah, the landing at Innsbruck, I can only apologise for that. Something triggered the crash detection in the sim, robbed everyone of a really good landing, unfortunately, which is a shame, but you know. Anyway, not sure what my next live stream is going to be. I want to try and get active again. I'm going to be working on the 777 videos and trying to get those finished over the winter, and hopefully get those out and get those to the quality that I want them to be. And yeah, I'm not sure what will happen then, but we'll have some ideas and we'll think about it. But anyway, for anyone who's still here, thank you very much for watching, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you again next time. So until the next time, thank you all very much for watching, take care out there, and I'll catch you all later.